What is NERx? Did I hear you correctly? NERx started as a replacement for the postponed in-person National Model Railroad Association's Northeastern Region Convention in 2020 due to COVID. With its success, it became a springtime annual event. Today, NERx is the Northeastern Region's annual virtual convention jointly produced by the Northeastern Region and NMREX teams. While NERx features clinics and layout tours similar to what you will find at its annual in-person fall convention, its producers are working to find ways to offer unique segments that distinguish it from the in-person fall convention. In 2024, NERx will be broadcast during March 18th to 21st on YouTube and Facebook, and everyone is invited to participate, either by providing content for the event, watching the event, or both. NERx showcases what is happening in the Northeastern region and sharing it with the model railroad community. So let's take a deeper dive into what NERx is. The Lakeshores Division and NMRA Northeastern Region are introducing a new hybrid concept for a make-and-take clinic called Build It. The Build It series will begin with NERx in 2024 and finish at Lakeshores 24, next September's in-person NER convention in Rochester, New York. Jim DeMarco, a master model railroader in the Lakeshores Division, has been hosting the Lakeshores Build It clinics for the past 2 years. Jim will be leading the clinics, showing members how to scratch build a wooden boxcar. Build It will be open to anyone that wishes to participate and build along with Jim step by step, but is aimed mainly at those who are new to scratch building. Realizing that modelers may not want the expense of buying large amounts of strip wood that may or may not have a future use, a packet of materials will be available at cost. There will be enough material to build 2 cars or fix errors in order to finish 1 car. Jim's pre-recorded videos during NERx will cover construction of the basic boxcar body, including the floor, ends, siding, roof, roof walk, trucks, and couplers. The video clinics will be archived so participants can review and work at their leisure. Here is where the hybrid make-and-take concept comes in. Participants during the NERx Build It sessions can bring their car shells to the NER convention in Rochester for final detailing, such as doors, grab irons, ladders, brake rigging, etc. The current plan during Lakeshores 24 is to have one traditional clinic coupled with a learning table set up for the duration of the event where participants can work with Jim or another mentor. The live clinics at Lakeshores 24 will be limited to 20 participants, but the detailing steps will also be recorded for completion of the project at the modeler's home workbench for those not able to attend the convention. When the modeler returns home from the Lakeshores 24 NER convention, the only thing left for the modeler to do is paint and decal. And when completed, the goal is to have a scratch-built Merit Award-worthy car, giving participants the confidence to build them. During the last NERx virtual convention, we added a new feature called Tips and Tricks. Tips and tricks are nothing more than a scaled-down version of a clinic, but focus on one tip you want to share with the viewer. It can be about modeling, electronics, operations, or any other model railroading tip that you know, as long as you can explain it or show it in 5 minutes. The tips and tricks are pre-recorded for NERx too. So if you have a great tip to share with your fellow modelers, consider recording it for NERx. We use these tips and tricks to fill space in between all of the other great activities during NERx. After all, who wants to watch advertising slides while waiting for the next segment to begin? We sure don't, and we made those advertising slides. So think about some of the things you do in this great hobby that can be explained in 5 minutes and would like to share. If you need help recording your tip or trick, email us at the address below and we will try to help. At a typical in-person convention, the layouts you get to see are layouts owned by members of the host division or are other layouts located near the convention hotel. But with a virtual convention, you get to see a sampling of layouts from all corners of the region. With the Northeastern region covering parts of Pennsylvania, northern New Jersey, most of New York, all of New England, eastern Canada, and Quebec, there are nearly 1,500 members within its borders. That means there are a lot of layouts out there, and we are working hard to get them seen on NERx. But we need to hear from you. It doesn't matter the scale you model in, whether you model a prototype or freelance, if your interest is in Eastern or Western railroading, if your layout is complete or in process, we are interested in having your layout shown. All of our layout tours during NERx are pre-recorded to fit a 20 to 30 minute time slot. If you have a layout and would like for it to be shown during NERx, but don't know how to create a video, reach out to us using the email address at the bottom of the screen and we will work with you to get your video done. Help make NERx cover all corners of the region by volunteering to show your layout. What have you been working on since the last NERx virtual convention? We are sure everyone has been busy at their workbench, layouts, or behind the camera over the last year. The Model Showcase is a popular regular feature of NERx where members can share their work. During every night of NERx, we will show the work of our members in between the clinics and layout tours and on the NERx website. This is not a contest. There is no paperwork, there is no judgment, there are no awards. There is only the sense of pride when sharing your work that may inspire other model railroaders. So if you have been working on some projects over the last year, share them. Locomotives, scenery, cars, structures, and anything else model railroading are fair game to share during NERx. In-process or completed work doesn't matter either, nor does scale. Just identify yourself, write a description of the work, the scale, attach several photos, and send it to the email address listed at the bottom of the screen. One of the unique segments offered during NERx is a nightly roundtable discussion. These discussions bring together a handful of subject matter experts with a moderator to discuss a specific subject. In addition to the Q&A segments after a clinic presentation, this is the only other segment of NERx that is live instead of pre-recorded. Past topics have included layout command control, or LCC, social media's impact on the hobby, women in model railroading, engaging families in the hobby, and deeper dives into model scales other than HO. For 2024, we plan to continue bringing interesting discussions, including a preview of the in-person Lakeshore's 2024 Northeastern Region Convention being held in Rochester, New York. We also plan to have discussions with layout owners that manage a regular work crew to build their home layout. What do they have to do to make sure everyone is having a good time, progress is being made, and materials needed for the next session's tasks are available are just some of the things we want to hear about during the discussion. Meanwhile, there are other layout owners living in small spaces that will only fit a small layout. What are the challenges they face and decisions they make in choosing what to build? This will be a separate discussion during NERx comprised of layout owners meeting this challenge and enjoying the hobby while doing it. Speaking of enjoyment, we will also meet some women in the Northeastern region that are doing some great modeling in the hobby. Last year, a new special interest group, Women in Model Railroading, was launched. Let's find out what the latest news is with the SIG and take a peek at what they have been modeling in this final roundtable discussion for 2024. Like layout tours, clinics are one of the activities found at a typical in-person convention. The National Model Railroad Association is a nonprofit organization, and the cornerstone for its nonprofit eligibility is the education it provides to model railroaders. One of the ways it accomplishes this are through clinics at conventions and other NMRA events. These clinics can be on a variety of model railroading topics. Clinic presentations on railroad history, the latest technology such as 3D printing, laser cutting, DCC and LCC, scenery, model building, operations, layout design, and more are found at these events. During NERx, clinics are also offered in the program. The clinics are pre-recorded, have a length of 40 to 45 minutes, and are followed by a live Q&A session with the clinician. If you think, I can't do that, think again. Remember, you are not presenting to a live audience. That eliminates the fear of being in front of a group. Plus, the topic you are presenting is something that you are passionate about. Is there anyone more qualified to present a clinic on the topic than someone who is passionate and knowledgeable about it? And if you do not know how to record your clinic, we can help, just as we have helped many other NERx clinicians. We are always looking for new clinics, and if you have one to offer, email us at the address located at the bottom of the screen. And that, my model railroading friends, is NERx. I am so glad you asked. But here is a reminder of a few things from the presentation. Remember to participate, either by volunteering to give a clinic, layout tour, or tips and tricks, make a submission to the Model Showcase, participate in the Build It program, and of course, watching the event on the NMRA's YouTube channel or Facebook page. You can contact the NERx team by sending an email to info@nerx.org if you need help preparing a video. And you can keep up to date on what is happening with NERx by visiting the website at nerx.org or reading the emails about NERx in the spring. Now, be sure to make tracks for NERx on March 18th through 21st.
Welcome to Day 2 of NERx, the virtual convention of the Northeastern region of the National Model Railroad Association. NERx is bringing you 4 nights of clinics, layout tours, and roundtable discussions. We also have a model showcase featuring submissions from members across the region. You can see all of these entries on our website at www.nerx.org. You will also see various tips and tricks, short video segments that show a modeling technique. My name is Artie Crass, and I will be your host for this evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. We know there are many things that demand your time, and we appreciate that you have chosen to spend some of it with us. If you missed any of the previous events or want to watch a segment for a second time, then please refer back to our website, NERx. Links to the individual segments will be posted in the coming weeks. I would also like to thank our sponsors for this year's NERx. Our friends at Around the Layout podcast have been helping to spread the word about this year's event. Thank you, Ray Arnott and team. They release a new podcast every Tuesday, so check them out at aroundthelayout.com or wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks also to Bernard at Mini Prints. Mini Prints has a large selection of 3D printed figures, vehicles, objects, and other oddities. Check out their complete line of products at miniprints.com. Once again, Mini Prints is offering two $50 gift certificates to listeners of NERx. You can register to win by following the link in the description on this YouTube channel. Mini Prints is also an NMRA partner, so all NMRA members also receive a 15% discount off of their regular priced items. Go to the NMRA members section to get your discount code. We would also like to thank Daryl Jacobs at Interaction Hobbies. Interaction Hobbies manufactures and sells a large selection of craftsman quality kits and accessories. Log on to interactionhobbies.com to see their entire product selection. Interaction Hobbies is also giving away two $50 gift certificates to listeners of this show. Register to win, again, by following the link in the description of the YouTube channel. In addition, you can also make a donation to help programs like NERx keep going. Just go to the NERx website and click on the donate button in the upper right hand top of the page. For those watching, please make sure to put your questions for the clinicians in the chat. We will have our clinicians on with us live after the clinic video to address as many of the questions as we can. So now let's get started with our first clinic. Our first presenter models the Boston and Maine Railroad in 1953. He started his layout in 1996. Since then, he has been refining and improving the details of the layout. His current project is upgrading many of his background trees with blueberry bush trunks, hot glue, and super tree branches. He achieved his MMR in 2015. So let us welcome Tom Oxnard to present our first clinic of the night, Up on the Roof. Welcome, Tom.
Good evening. I hope the song comes through. This is Up on the Roof. I guess you can roll at speed. Hello, I'm Tom Oxnard. I live in northern New Hampshire, and I model the Boston and Maine Railroad in northern New Hampshire. I live in a wonderful area that has wonderful architectural buildings and homes and shops and stores and factories and so I'm going to talk about things that go up on the roof. And So when I walk around my town, I see all these wonderful buildings and storefronts, and you can see the fronts, you can see the sides, sometimes you can see the backs, and occasionally you see the roofs. Certainly, if they're gabled, and on top of the roofs, you see chimneys, you might see vents. Um, so lots of wonderful structures that you can see, but you really can't see way up on top much. Now, it's very different down on my layout and most layouts. So on layouts, track level may be at eye level, or in my case, I may be looking down at my track level. My track level is 40 inches to 48 inches. And so I'm looking down on my layout a little bit. And I have a lot of buildings that I model, and those roofs can make up a large part of my scenery, certainly when you add up all that area together. There's many interesting features on the roof, surfaces that you can model, dormers, valleys, um, obviously chimneys and vents and stacks, water tanks, air conditioners, structures, junk, signs. So there's lots of stuff that's a lot of fun to model. And it's a lot of area when you put it all together. Well, let me start by talking about roof surfaces. Here are some roof surfaces of structures, uh, different types of shingles. I started modeling a few decades ago, and back then I had rolls of Campbell shingles. These rolls obviously went down and in a wrinkled manner, gave you a lot of texture. You could flatten it with a lot of glue and a lot of pressure, but those Campbell shingles were interesting, different, and gave you a lot of texture. Uh, Next, I used 3-tab laser art shingles by Branch Line. Those were more realistic. They lay flat. Different ways you can attach those. Obviously, some of mine here are coming up, but so still have to attach that, but they look a little bit more realistic than the original Campbell shingles. Here are some other examples of shingles. Certainly Bar Mills, many companies have these. The 3-tab on the left, the ones on the right are more shakes, representing wooden shakes. They can be used for siding. They can be used for roofs as well. So a lot of variety. And as I said, different companies have come up with these. Also, the Northeastern Scale Lumber had a whole series of shingles that were good. Best has shingles, Motrac models, and cedar shakes. I have some wooden cedar shakes I'll show you in a minute. Many other companies that have these kinds of shingles, different colors, different sizes, different shapes. So here are some other examples of roofs. These are shingles that you lay down, and I usually tend to lay these down with 3M transfer tape. Ridge caps are important, so every roof has edges and corners, and the ridge cap on the right I made from colored paper, charcoal paper, and what I do is score lightly down the center. I then cut a 1/16 of an inch either side of that score line, and that gives me a fold that I can fold right on there. You can make these different lengths and overlap. On the left, you see shingles that you take shingles and you roll those over on the ridge line, and that certainly is prototypical as well. to do that. But ridge caps are also easy to make. Roof shapes are fun. Hip roofs, dormers add interest and different shapes. And then you have valleys. So along with different angles to your roof, you can create valleys. Now, every time you have a valley, there's always a joint there. And so you're trying to cover that joint with a thin piece of paper, that you lay into that valley line. You then overlap your shingles on top of that valley, and you get a pretty realistic valley. Just also an example of interesting cupola, different dormers, different weathering. I tend to use nowadays the pan pastels, do a wonderful job. Here are those cedar shingles that I got way back, and by way back, Sierra scale models. I bought this package for $1. These are very thin cedar wood. You take a X-Acto knife, cut these to different size, length first, and then cut those to different widths. And so here it is on a model so the wooden cedar shakes very attractive. Next up, rolled roofing. Rolled roofing is very common, certainly in New England, in my area. And I cut my black paper, charcoal paper, to a 3-foot width. I'll use a pounce to run along one edge, the lower edge, for some nail holes. Rolled roofing is easy to tear into little corners and show wear and tear, and as you lay that on, so that's makes some interesting scenery as well, and again, weathering. You can make rolled roofing different colors. You can spray it with different spray paints, and again, weather with the pan pastels. Here we have metal roofs, and metal roofs come a couple forms. These are thin aluminum, and on the left is the corrugated aluminum. On the right is ribbed panels, and I tend to cut those corrugated sheets to 8 or 10-foot lengths, depending on your roof size. Nice that it's easily cut with some scissors, and you overlap them. The aluminum doesn't take paint very easily, so I always spray that with a primer first, and either use the primer color as the main color, and then weather it with pan pastels and other paints, or paint a different color, your choice. The ribbed panel on the right is nice because you can make ridge caps with that, and simply cut a strip of panel, use the rib as your point of bending and over the top, and you can bend that over the top to make a nice ridge cap. More examples of metal roofs and ribbed panels with the ridge cap on the top. Down below, obviously flashing is important, and I've used various things for flashing. Started off using just paper cut to size and bent and glued on, but then certainly found the aluminum duct tape and And now I always use the aluminum duct tape to flash around everything I can. Here's examples of old roofs showing wear and tear. On the left, some rolled roofing. If I'm planning on showing some torn open areas where the rolled roofing is gone, I'll put in a roof of basswood strip wood and make it a little more realistic there. But you can make holes and patches. You can see the patches on the left. On the right, different colors of rolled roofing, and uh, and shingles as well, and just shows that these people try to keep up their buildings as best they can and cover all those leaks. Again, easy to put in patches where you just cut pieces of your paper and glue them here and there to make interesting features. You can also make your own shingles. Here I've made some diamond shingles using my wife's pinking shears. Used a piece of paper that I sprayed with a gray paint, a primer, just cut strips of the paper with the pinking shears to make diamond shingles. On the right, we have some gutters, wooden gutters put in, some downspouts that you can't quite see underneath that building, Tower H in Boston, but also interesting, many different shapes of shingles that you can buy. On the left, I tried to simulate some slate, different colors of slate, and slate that can be kind of pulled out and torn, or missing slates, broken ones. On the right, certainly a building that's started off shingled and had leaks, and then tar paper put on top, board and battens on top of that to keep the leaks from progressing. So a lot of different features that you can put on, and below that, the metal corrugated roof showing there. All right, next up is chimneys and vents. Here's a picture of lots of different chimneys, some old brick, some new brick, some because of these tiled roofs, it looks a little more European, but lots of flues coming from different areas, tile flues, metal flues. So a variety of chimneys can be made. Here are some varieties of chimneys, and I put in flues. Flues can either be styrene tubing or empty ballpoint pen refills, or brass tubing. Many of your kits from Walthers or DPM have solid covered chimneys, and so I would tend to put in a flue on those. But a variety of different, and chimneys are easy to make as well, but many chimneys on the market. As I was mentioning, I use aluminum foil tape to use as flashing around the base of the chimneys. Easy to cut, easy, very sticky. I will then paint over that, but a roll of 2-inch aluminum duct tape will last you a lifetime for you and your friends as well. More chimneys, different kinds of stacks and chimneys. And I put a variety on roofs. So just different examples here of chimneys. Here's some chimneys that I put some spackling on to represent some cement. So you can sort of stucco your chimneys with a little cement or spackle and paint that cement color and give you a different look to a chimney as well. All right, on to vents. Vents come in all different sizes and shapes as well. So here's some examples of vents. All vents tend to have caps and tops. They have bases, and then they have flashing around them. So, but they can be anything from tubes, styrene, brass. They can be brass rods, and come in all different sizes and shapes as well. Here are flat roofs with vents. First, let's talk about the flat roofs. The flat roofs on the left have patches, paper put in for patches. Take a fine Sharpie and mark around the edge. You can accentuate the rolled roofing lines, mark around the patches, and simulate the tar, put on those. On the right, it's more of a rough area, and you can either use a piece of fine sandpaper that you can paint, or you can put a piece of styrene down, sprinkle on some fine sand, and glue that on and paint that to make a textured surface. All sorts of vents here. Vents on the left, you see one old Campbell vent there. On the right is a styrene tube that's held in by guy wires that I put in by 10,000s or 12,000s or 15,000s guy wires go into that tube. There are two vents that are simply old milk cans that I turned upside down and put on as vents. Those are here and here. And in back here, that is the base of a telephone pole. Walther's and Rick's telephone poles come with these bases. I didn't need telephone poles that tall, so I cut off these bases. They make some interesting vents that I've used in a lot of different places as well. Here are some other kinds of vents. On the left, these are buttons from an old radio that I used, and those another button there. These are sprues. These sprues simply from a collection of sprues, and again, tubing, rods, tubing, various other vents that I've collected. Here we have some of these old Campbell vents. Here's a dowel. Here is just heavy gauge wire used as a vent to this woodworking industry with the big cyclone vent in back there. Here are a couple South River Model Works models that I made that came with these wonderful vents from Bob Van Gelder, and he makes these unique. I don't think I've seen these elsewhere besides in his kit. But once you've seen them, you can consider scratch building those as well. These vents are fun to scratch build. Here's a vent that I scratch built behind one of my factories. It's not up on the roof, but it's behind, but it's again a vent that's taken from photographs and pictures that I have of the vent standing still by the tracks in my town. These are styrene tubes. There's a balsa base frame made from angles. So vents are something that you can also put together. Here are some other vents that I made. On the left, the bases are homemade balsa bases with some styrene there. The tops are some metal vents that I think I got from Best. On the right are also different varieties of vents, and here is that telephone pole base that I got from one of my telephone poles. Here's a vent that I made. I saw one of these somewhere and took a picture, made this vent from styrene and different parts. So if you have a picture, you can make it. On the right, here is a Bar Mills kit that I kit bashed and expanded. And one is a fascinating roof that I've not seen anywhere else, and some different kinds of vents as well. Here are some background buildings. Now, background buildings have 3/4 of an inch space there. So up on that background building roof, you can certainly add structures, and that really helps with the transition going from your half building or front to the background as well. So good and interesting events on these factories, even if you have a small amount of space. All right, water tanks. Fascinating picture of some big city, maybe New York, but just incredible numbers of water towers, it seems like, and probably every building there has a water tank. Now, I have a lot of buildings, and I put them on all my factory buildings as well. But water tanks came in the 19th century, and obviously you see, you know, all different sizes and shapes depending on the size of the building. You see some interesting piping, some interesting stands and frames. These all seem to be wooden. Maybe I see one metal tank, but the rest seem to be wooden, and some beautiful tanks here. Again, they came in the 19th century. They were first built by barrel makers, and they went up on roofs. And as buildings got higher, they were required to carry water. And next thing you needed were pipes. And so the pipes got better and longer, the buildings got higher, and the tanks were certainly needed and got higher. Here are some Walther's kits, a wooden one on the left, a metal one on the right. And here are some wooden water tanks that I've made. Tanks are easy to make. I always collect cardboard tubes, and they come in different sizes, and small and medium and large. but these are just small cardboard tubes cut to size and length. I then put 2x6 pre-stained basswood strip wood around them. Then the strapping is needed, and the strapping is either 1x2 styrene or brass wire, thin brass wire, and put on the cleats. Those are good. The tops can easily be made from some heavy paper. Cut a circle of heavy paper, maybe a little bit larger than what you think you need. Cut a radius line through there, then overlap that and glue the edges together. And you can make a cone of different peaks, different sizes, a flat cone or a steeper peaked cone. Cut that cone to a certain size the proper shape. You can then shingle that. You can put on your trim boards. You can put on your finial. Put on some ladders. Every water tank needs piping, water intake, and water outflow. So make sure you do all that. Your bases can be made from styrene or wood. And some other examples of on the right here is a tank just sitting on the roof with a frame without an elevated frame. On the left, a couple tanks, and I forgot one essential part, which is the strapping that goes around that holds that tank together. So that needs to be done. On top, there are hatches to get into the tank, and the ladders are a nice addition. Water tanks can be just a tube that's covered with paper, and you can coat that with paper. You can put a decal on, you can put a sign on, so you can make some very interesting different kinds of tanks as well. Again, bases, frames let you sit on a gabled roof or a pitched roof as well, and put in your piping that takes the water in and out. All right, heating and air conditioning. Much more common nowadays, but certainly came in over the last 50 years. Here are examples from images online, different sizes and shapes of air conditioning units and heating units and ventilation units. Get great examples of how to build your own. Certainly, they can come in kits. You can find them, and they're 3D printed nowadays, and you can find them available, but they're easy to make from simple styrene boxes. The hooded vents on the side, you can embellish them with various pieces and parts. I use a fine brass wire mesh that I got from PSC, Precision Scale Company, that I cut in to make these fine opening vents square and round. So again, many different pictures online that you can get examples of, and ones on the right are very interesting with belt-driven and motors as well. Ductwork. Ductwork is important. Ductwork, you can see different sizes. I tend to make mine from 1/4-inch styrene tubes, and there are some smaller ones. There are some round ducts, vents that open, curved sections, ducts that are at different elevations, higher and lower on the roof. So here are an example of an air conditioning unit in the back on the left um, that I made, but there are also many other structures that go on the roof. Those vents, those skylights. The On the picture on the right has a sprue connecting the sprue to a structure right here. That is an old mailbox from, I think, a Rebel kit. I think I got that idea from Art Curran. Again, styrene tubing, drill a hole in the top and make it look like a kind of a chimney or vent. Here's some other HVAC units on the left, and ductwork, different vents. Remember access to the roof. So here are some stairs. Here's a door that comes up on the roof. You can do various things. On the right, interesting skylight. And again, the rolled roofing comes, I put on different colors, different patches, different designs. Here, a recent project where I made these air conditioning units from those pictures, just styrene boxes with my fine brass mesh and vents on those AC units, ductwork attached, different size ducts, 2x2 supports around them, hatches on the right, the ducts in place, and different vents. So a lot of interesting things that can fill up a roof. All right, other structures for your roof. On the left is an old fire department modeled after the one in our town. And there's the hose tower on top. On the right is a barn cupola, just a little smaller, the scratch-built barn, and just made that cupola. And put the finial on, put the parts on, makes it interesting. All right, signs and billboards. Way back, Bar Mills came out with these wonderful billboards and signs, and I think that seemed to start their career in the hobby. And certainly I bought several of these signs. These were so great. I think the signs partly are things I remember in my youth, and partly give you a story, try to tell a story. Here's a hotel in town. Some of their signs obviously come with lettering, and you make your signs up to put on different buildings. The Greyhound bus terminal sign. Sherman-Williams paints, always a big one around my area. And obviously New England always needs Moxie and drinks Moxie. Other signs, other buildings, factories with their great lettering kits, New England Provision Company, Carter's Little Liver Pills, something I avoided in my youth, but was always talked about. And other ones in back there, Dutch cleanser, old Dutch cleanser. Billboards are great because they give you lots of color, don't have a lot of words, easy to read, large print. These are signs that probably came in kits, but give you many different choices of signs that you can put on your buildings. And obviously, these are things that you can change as well, as you can find these billboard signs available or come up with your own. Now, billboards also help you talk about your era and your story. So here's a Ford truck, 1951. I model in the 50s. And so, put some dates down, make sure they're in your era, and they're great to tell a story as well. And again, the A and P signs on the right. Signs can be homemade. Here's a shoe factory I have, and that sign is something I just got pictures off the internet and put them all together, and came up with a sign for my shoe factory. So that's another example of things you can make. Here's a sign I recently made. Homemade sign. So this is the B&M Baked Bean Factory in Portland, Maine. Picture of this beautiful old sign. And so I tried to come up with some lettering that has this rounded sign. So the proto sign is this rounded kind of lettering. The closest thing I could find on the computer on Word was this Comic Sans MS. And so I played around with font size and printed up different font size, came up with the size that I wanted. And I printed it in red and in blue. Printed it on 65 weight paper. I laminated that to a second 65 weight paper with 3M transfer tape. And then I took a fine Sharpie and just sort of rounded those letters to the shape of the prototype. So that was very important. But what the computer does is really give you some nice uniform height and uniform spacing. And you can obviously change the letter shape as I did. I then cut those out with a fine scalpel and a pair of fine scissors, and they were pretty stiff, but I then dipped them in some thin CA glue to make them even stiffer. Built the frame that the sign went on out of styrene, and so again, making a very nice prototype sign using the computer. Miller Engineering has come out with these wonderful neon electric signs. Neon was first used in 1913, and it's been used ever since. Became very popular after the 50s. In the 50s, I have these couple signs, and you can either hook them to a battery and have a button control them. I hook them to a unit that goes right into my DC power, so they come on when the layout comes on. And you can program to different flashing, different styles, different flashing, but they dozens of different examples of neon signs. All right. And lastly, my seaport scene would not be complete without seagulls sitting on the building roof making a mess. So lots of things that you can put up on your roofs. So, in summary, roof surfaces give you another large area that you can play with your scenery. There's an opportunity to add texture and color, shapes and dormers. Chimneys and vents and stacks break up the flat roof surfaces, but make sure they're all flashed. Water tanks are a quick and easy project for scratch building with cardboard tubes, easy to make. Lastly, declare your era with some appropriately dated billboards. All this scenery up on the roof will draw lots of attention and comments as everyone looks around carefully to find all these little bits and pieces, certainly as all those trains move around through your town. So thank you very much. That is the end.
Thank you, Tom. That was a great presentation. A lot of information and great techniques for us to try. We have a few questions for you.
Good.
How do you model a flat tar and gravel built up roof if you have?
I've done it once, and I certainly, you put your paper down, you paint it, and then you sift on a little bit of sand, fine sand, and let that dry. The paint is the glue. You then paint it up again. I've done that
Gravel
once, and I
built
don't
up
find
roof.
that so necessary. So I tend to use paper. You've got seams. You could use a Sharpie, a black Sharpie, to draw your tar lines and your seams. So there's other things you can do. I have a lot of flat roofs and experiment in different ways. A lot of flat roofs because I have a lot of brick buildings. So I enjoy that.
Cool. Somebody else asked, have you modeled roofs with copper ice shedding edges or ice mitigation details?
No, I have not. One copper roof I have done. Certainly, you want to include gutters and downspouts. A lot of my buildings certainly will have those as well, but not the ice safety things.
What have you found that are on roofs in different eras? Do some things like start in the 30s and then by the 60s they're gone?
Well, I think older eras have a lot of slate, and I mentioned slate, and you can have some of your uh, different three tab types of shingles that you can take off, remove, put askew, so you can make it look like a slate. Um, I think there's a lot of patching over time, so you go from shingles to tar paper to shingles to coverings. I haven't put tarps down on buildings, but there's a lot of things you can just do to show that you've done that building's gone through a lot of eras.
Okay. Now, if you don't have a picture of the roof of the prototype you're building, what should you assume would be up there?
Good question. I think I have used a lot of Google Images from above to look at buildings and see what's up there. And the other thing is just knowing what other buildings in your era. I take a lot of pictures from the internet, from images, from just pictures that I see, and what's just commonly used in construction. There are vents, there are chimneys, there's AC in a certain era, there's water tanks. So I will just sort of combine a lot of those things, and nothing may be specific because you can't see up on the roof of a prototype many times.
Okay. Somebody asked, have you ever used something like the NextCare Medical Gentle Paper Tape for roofing materials?
I have not used that. sounds interesting. I use a lot of different papers. Thinner is better, medium. You don't want to get to thick paper, but thinner. And I can imagine that tape is a thinner tape. So thin is good. I haven't put down tissue paper, but so a thinner paper is good.
Where did you get the seagulls?
I do not recall. Certainly, they're metal. This was 2 decades ago, but metal, and I can't remember the provenance of those.
I'm sure maybe Mini Prints has them. People can look there.
Yeah.
Do you want to expand upon a little bit on the roof water tanks?
Well, I mentioned that I do water tanks, and I just collect tubing over time, and there's lots of tubing that you can just collect and have available, different caliber, different size, and obviously the strip wood, bass strip wood. When you do bass strip wood for anything, you want to stain it ahead of time before you put it together. You don't want to stain the whole thing. You want everyone slightly different so you can do different colors. The roof tanks, you just take a disc, cut a disc, cut a radius in that, and then you can put that together in different ways. So very easy to create those, and you can make those more peaked or flatter. So very easy to make those water tanks, and just with different kinds of cardboard tubes.
Now, for the ROU model water tanks, do you have some that are sort of pristine versus others that have been around 20 years?
I have mostly wood, and they're well weathered, and you can put in a little bit, a few leaks if you wish. I have a metal one from Walthers, two metal ones from Walthers, and I have another one from Bar Mills, which is a great idea. I showed you a picture where you can actually cover that tubing with a piece of paper, and you could put different logos on that. So you could make all sorts of different types of water tanks, wood or metal or coated.
So you mentioned you can make your own rooftop signs. So do you go back to old magazines or search the internet for like some of the vintage ones?
I mean, the internet, I've used those for pictures, taking the pictures from the internet and making a sign. That last example I showed you was the Burnham and Morrill huge sign on top of their baked bean factory, which I have a picture of the prototype, and I just copied those letters and off the internet. So I think pictures off the internet or photographs. One example I showed you of a 1951 Ford. You can find these online and give you a date and give you a time and talk about your era. So it can help you that way.
How did you get into modeling the roofs? Just because of the height of your layout, where a lot of your structures folks are sort of looking down on?
I enjoy detail, and so I think I realize there's a lot of scenery to be had on top of the roofs because I have a lot of buildings. I do a lot of structures, so I had a lot of roofs, and I enjoy adding detail to those.
Great. Well, great presentation, Tom. Thanks for asking all the questions we had from chat, and it was really appreciate your being here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks again, Tom. Next up is part 2 of your model showcase, where we present to you the building and modeling being done by your fellow model railroaders. Speed, you want to roll the video?
Welcome to the 2024 NERx Model Showcase. Over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see all of the models submitted for the showcase. Part 2 starts now. The Ponderville Station is a laser-printed O-scale model by Ted DeMone. The model is 100% scratch-built with the walls and tower printed by a gentleman that remains anonymous. It is a one-of-a-kind model. The station is the headquarters for the North Atlantic Shoreline Railroad, which runs on the old New York Central and Nickel Plate trackage and is now leased from Amtrak. The Ponderville Station is the busiest in the spring and summer months, with folks traveling from New York City to Thunder Bay, Niagara Falls, and points along the North Atlantic coastal areas and resorts. Real clocks are on each side of the tower. The lighting is by Evans Designs. Trees are from Grand Central Gems. All figures are hand-painted by Ted and manufactured by Model U in Great Britain, and the sign is from Miller Engineering. The sidewalk is made from Vallejo paints, ammo, and real concrete. Bill Brown, a master model railroader from the Central New York Division, provided this scene of his scratch-built Durango roundhouse. The picture shows Mikado 462 emerging from the roundhouse on his Colorado HO scale narrow gauge layout. This creamery kit was built by the late Dick Elwell and acquired by Bill. The scene depicts the Leadville and Redcliffe boxcar delivering supplies to Elwell Packaging on Bill's HO Lark standard gauge layout. Bill created these HO scale structures from a fine scales miniatures kit and named it Heights Fabricators in honor of the late Jim Height, past superintendent of the Central New York Division, for his layout. This is the city of Salida, Colorado on Bill's HO narrow gauge layout. The passenger and boxcars are from Blackstone, the partially hidden caboose is a gift from Bob Ham, and the backdrop is from Bill's Lark Products backdrop business. Bill also provided this scene of Rio Grande C-19s number 343 and 345 creeping across a wooden trestle originally built by Lou Sassy, gifted to Bill and installed on Bill's narrow gauge layout when Lou relocated south. James Watley, a master model railroader in the Eastern Canada Division, scratch-built this HO scale model of a 1915 General Electric box cab locomotive based on field measurements of the prototype preserved at the Elgin County Railway Museum in St. Thomas, Ontario. The model is scratch-built except for couplers, Northwest Shortline Stanton drives, light bulbs, chain, metal shapes, and screws. The locomotive is made from styrene, rivet decals, brass, and homemade resin castings and features working pantographs and detailed interiors. The locomotive was painted and weathered using an airbrush and Humbrol enamel paints applied over Tamiya metal primer. Decals were pieced together from a microscale alphabet set. We are midway through the NERx Model Showcase. Look for Part 3 tomorrow night.
Welcome back, everybody. Boy, that showcase, we sure have a very talented group of modelers, as we just saw. Next up is our nightly roundtable discussion. Each year, the NER Fall Convention is hosted by a division of the NER. This year, the Lakeshores 24 NER Convention will be hosted by the newest NER division, the Lakeshores Division. And tonight, we have Dave Dorr, who is superintendent of the Lakeshore Division, Mike, Ed, and Jim, to give us a presentation on the convention and what we can look forward to. Take it away, Dave.
Thanks, Artie. Good evening, everyone. We're hoping we pique your interest in Lakeshores 24 tonight. Our panel includes Jim Fairbanks, who is coordinating the clinics and pretty much coordinating the schedule on everything else. Ed O'Connell, who's coordinating operations and will also help us out with layout tours tonight. And Mike Pyzik, who is doing the prototype tours. We have about a 20-minute presentation on what we have lined up for this year. We don't have it quite all scheduled out, but we know what we have lined up. And we're going to run that, and so you get an idea of what we've got in store for you. Go ahead, Speed. For the very first time, the Northeastern Region's annual convention will be held in the Rochester, New York area. The Lakeshores Division, one of the NER's newest, will be hosting Lakeshores 24 from noon on Thursday, September 19th through noon on Sunday, September 22nd. We hope to welcome you to Rochester and Monroe County, New York, recently named as one of the top 10 places to live in the United States by U.S. News and World Report. The Lakeshores Division and Rochester are at the extreme western end of the Northeastern region. Hopefully we can present a program that piques your interest and gets you to make the trip. Rochester itself is on the southern shore of Lake Ontario, and it's split east-west by the Genesee River and north-south by the CSX Amtrak main line, the old New York Central water level route. On this day, a Norfolk Southern train headed by the Nickel Plate Heritage Unit leads a freight across the Genesee River. A washout in Massachusetts forced the Norfolk Southern to run over the CSX lines. Rochester has a pretty rich railroad history. In the past, we had the New York Central, the Baltimore and Ohio, the Lehigh Valley, the Erie, and the Pennsylvania Railroad, followed by the Penn Central and Conrail. Present day, we've got CSX, Amtrak, and a couple of short lines, the Rochester and Southern, and the Livonia, Avon, and Lakeville. We have a pretty rich model railroad history too, starting with the Rochester Model Railroad Club, founded in 1939, and the Edgerton Model Railroad Club, founded in 1950. Our own Lakeshores Division started here in 1962, and the most recent addition was the Manchester Model Railroad Association, founded in 2022. Now a little bit about the convention. The convention headquarters will be the RIT Inn and Conference Center, located just south of the city in the town of Henrietta. It's conveniently located not too far off exit 46 of the New York State Thruway. Here's a look at the facilities. Here's the hotel lobby. And one of the standard guest rooms. The convention rate for the rooms is $129 per night. The meeting rooms all look something like this. or this, which is one of the smaller spaces. Lake Shores 24 is the Northeastern Region's annual convention, and we're inviting all divisions not just to attend, but to participate in the program. Let's talk a little bit about the program. Of course, we'll have the traditional clinics, but we're also having something called learning tables, at which clinicians will present continuous demonstrations over the course of morning, afternoon, and evening sessions. Those learning tables will be located in what we're calling the interchange room, which will be a hangout area with vendors, switching layouts, Fremo, and the learning tables. Members of the Central New York Division, our sister division to the east, have volunteered for 5 clinics, titles of which you can see here. Same for members of the Western New York Division of the Niagara Frontier region, our sister division to the west. Stan and Deb Ames from the Hub Division will be offering a presentation on building a garden railroad. There's 2 clinics from Mike Tylick, MMR, from the Little Rhodey Division. Chuck Diljak, MMR, from the Garden State Division will discuss car tipping. Well-known model railroader Steve King will be giving a double session on Friday evening on timetable and train order operations. Our own Lake Shores division will be presenting a number of clinics, including a program titled Enduring Influence of the Virginian in Ohio by Otto Vondrock, current editor of Railroad Model Craftsman. Although not titled yet, Bernard Helen of Mini Prints will be offering a clinic, along with hanging out in the interchange room with his Mini-Me 3D body scanner. Jim DeMarco's Build It Hybrid series will continue at Lake Shores 24. The basic boxcar body was scratch built starting at NERx and continuing through the summer months up to the convention. Then at Lake Shores 24, Jim will present a clinic and a learning table on detailing the car. Post-convention, the modeler can do the painting and weathering. Two of the other learning table topics include virtual freight by Brian Weiss, who is a software engineer. He created a program for virtual loading and unloading of freight cars for model railroad operation. Jordan Derleth will give presentations on weathering modern freight cars. And of course, there will be a Bar Mills Make and Take mentored by Andy Reynolds. There is pre-registration required, and this is a $25 extra fare project. Our celebration of models will include Model Showcase, People's Choice Award, AP judging of models, and a photo contest. We think we have a good selection of layouts, some open for tours, some open for operations, and some for both. The Central New York Division has several layouts open for ops and tours on the travel days, Thursday and Sunday. Check the website for specifics. The Niagara Frontier Region's Western New York Division will hold a layout tour on Friday, September 20th. Here's a chance to see some great layouts in the Buffalo area. Many of us got started in model railroading in the 1950s with Lionel trains. The model railroading books published by Bantam featured the Lionel showroom layout from 1949, now long gone, and the Edgerton Model Railroad, built in 1950 here in Rochester, New York. That Edgerton Four Seasons layout still exists and will be open for NMRA members on Saturday, September 21st from 10 to 2. Also at Edgerton on that Saturday will be the modular layouts of the Genesee and Ontario model engineers, both T-Track and N-Track. We're hoping to have T-Track modules from other divisions included in the layout, and we're hoping to have operations going on that T-Track layout as well. The Seneca Valley lines of the Rochester Model Railroad Club will be open for both tour and operations. The railroad has been featured in Model Railroader, Railroad Model Craftsman, and an NERx 2024 presentation. Some of the other layout owners opening up for tours or operations include Pete Darling, Ron Stacy, the NCE guy, Dick Senges, Ray Howard, Scott Baruti, Jim DeMarco, Mike Pisek, Gordon and Gene Spalte, Ned Spiller, Jim Fairbanks, John Sosha, Paul Stamp, Dave Foster's layout won't be on the tour because of a move, but it will be the subject of a clinic on how I built a model railroad in 1 year. The Manchester Model Railroad Association is building their high rail layout inside a restored Lehigh Valley boxcar. And finally, the Rochester Institute of Technology Model Railroad Club, just a short drive from the RIT Inn and Conference Center, hopes to be open following some major renovations to their railroad room. On to the railroad-related tours. The 2024 rail excursion on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. is a round trip from the SUNY Brockport campus, about a 35-minute drive from the convention headquarters to the Medina Railroad Museum and back. It's being run over Genesee Valley Transportation trackage using an ex-New York Central locomotive and ex-C&O and D.L.&W coaches. Included in the $75 fee is at least one photo run by, admission to the museum, and their 14 by 204 foot layout, and a boxed lunch. The Rochester and Genesee Valley Railroad Museum will be open for NMRA members on Friday afternoon from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. There is a $10 fee and pre-registration is required. There will be hourly train trips from the station up to the shops and back. The New York Museum of Transportation has the only trolley running under wire in New York State, plus it has a model railroad layout. It will be open Sunday afternoon after the convention for people headed home. There's a $3 off admission with the Lake Shores 24 ID badge. The Fairport viewing platform is about 25 minutes from the convention headquarters. It's the site of a virtual railfan camera, and about 40 plus trains per day go by. The viewing platform, designated by the arrow, is located where the Rochester Bypass or West Shore line joins back in with the main line. The bypass gets about 5 to 10 trains per day, the main line about 35 to 40. The NCE Corporation, a major player in the DCC market, will have an open house on Friday from 9 to noon. Meet the staff and see where the products are developed and distributed. There are several non-rail activities available for members during the convention. For many, the first thing they associate with Rochester is Eastman Kodak, and that's the main office building, the tall building on the right. The founder, George Eastman, lived in this stately mansion on East Avenue in Rochester. It, the grounds, and the museum will be open for NMRA members to tour on Friday morning. Cost is $20. Attendance is limited to 15, and pre-registration is required. Think of Rochester, and you might also think of Genesee beer. The Genesee Brew House will be available for tour on Friday afternoon. The cost is free, pre-registration is required, and it is limited to 15 people. The Strong National Museum of Play and the Genesee Country Village and Museum are both offering discounts to those attending the convention. Those you can attend at your leisure when you have free time. There's no set tours. Some of the other sites that might be of interest to convention goers are the Rochester Art Museum, the Rochester Museum and Science Center, and the Susan B. Anthony House. Hanging out with other modelers and their family members is a key aspect to any convention, and there will be plenty of opportunities for socialization at Lake Shores 24, including the welcome reception, the new Young Modelers Luncheon, the banquet, the awards breakfast, our hospitality room, and of course the interchange room. More information on these is available on the website. Quick word about our banquet. The keynote speaker will be Mark Klingel, a 28-year-old Coast Guardsman and already a published author of 3 books. His talk will be on the Rochester area stations and more. Here's a shot of the social area of the hospitality suite. The other end is more like a kitchen area where we will have light snacks and soft drinks available at no charge for the convention goers. We also promise to have a switching layout there. What could be better than more trains? As of the date this PowerPoint was recorded, White River Productions, publishers of Railroad Model Craftsman, have offered some giveaways and raffle items for our convention. There's also some local sponsors offering discounts that we should mention. 3 of these hobby shops, Dan's Crafts and Things, Dispatch Junction, and the Train Place, are within a half hour of the convention headquarters. Lake City Hobbies is in Geneva It'll be open on the travel day Thursday into the convention. All will be offering discounts to convention goers. Stay tuned on how to get those discounts. Max Philly Steaks is a short 5-passenger car length walk from the Fairport viewing platform. It's offering a 15% discount for anyone with a Lakeshores 24 ID badge. The Hemlock Train Show, about a half hour away from the convention headquarters, will be running concurrently with Lakeshores 24. There's a $2 off the adult admission with a Lakeshores 24 badge. Thanks for listening. Hope to see you on the shore in 24. For more detailed information, please visit the convention website at conventions.nernmra.org. The site is continually updated. We're back. Hope that was of somewhat interest to most of you. We're here to talk a little bit about the convention in our respective roles, and I'm going to give you some little overview things and some random notes that I made here during the presentation. One of the things that I wanted to mention is that two of our younger NMRA members, Mark Klingel, who will be our keynote speaker, and Paul Stamp, are putting together a Rochester Rail Fan Guide for all the attendees, which will be handed out at registration. There was a section in there on the Edgerton Model Railroad Club, which has some historic significance to many of us who are in our 70s and above. And along with that, on Saturday is going to be some T-track modules and N-track modules set up in the same facility. So you'll see not only the Four Seasons layout at the Edgerton Club, but the T-track and N-track layouts, which will be the T-track hopefully set up for operation. We are inviting members from other divisions who may have T-track modules that would like to be included in that setup to contact us, and we're going to try and get as many in there as we can. You can contact me at superintendent at lakeshoresnmra.org, and we'll get you hooked up with Jeff Faust, who's coordinating that. The rail excursion, which Mike Pyzik will be talking about in a little bit. I just want to mention that there is a print error due to some bad proofreading by me in the print version, which will call it which will say the Geneva Valley Transportation Rails, and it's actually Genesee Valley Transportation Rails. And that will be correct on the website, the online version, but the print version is wrong, and I apologize for that. I did want to talk about some vendors that we have. White River is White River Productions, which is a publisher of Railroad Model Craftsman, will be offering some items for giveaway and for the raffle. And Otto Vondrak, who lives in the Lakeshores division and is editor of Railroad Model Craftsman, will be giving a presentation on the enduring influence of the Virginian and Ohio Railroad. Mini prints will be present. Bernard Helen will be giving a clinic on painting figures. He will also have his Mini-Me scanner there. And for those who register early for the convention, that means registering before July 31st will be put into a drawing for a $50 gift card with mini prints. Micromark just 2 days ago offered a challenge to the Northeast region that if they can get $2,500 in pre-orders, they will be present as a vendor at Lakeshores 24. There will be 20% off any order and no shipping charges. You can pick up your order at the convention. And the instructions for ordering and getting that discount will be posted on the convention promotion that comes out April 1st from the NER. And then it will be posted on the convention website shortly after. There were some sponsors, other sponsors mentioned, and in particular 4 hobby shops. There are 4 brick and mortar hobby shops within Lakeshores division, 3 of them pretty much in the Rochester area. And when you register for the convention, you'll be getting a tote bag that has the Lakeshores logo on it, the Lakeshores 24 logo on it. And when you take that tote bag to the hobby shops, whatever you can fit in that tote bag, you will get a discount ranging anywhere from 10 to 20%, depending on the hobby shop. So the 4 hobby shops are Dispatch Junction, the Train Place, and Dan's Crafts and Things, which is not strictly trains, but has a pretty good train department and has scratch building supplies, strip wood, sheet styrene, strip styrene, paints on the craft side of the store. Those are all in the Rochester area. Lake City Hobbies is in Geneva, and that would be a good one to catch on your way into Rochester on Thursday. The other sponsor we have is local sponsor is Mac Philly Steaks, which is along the tracks in Fairport, which is a pretty good train watching place with 40 plus trains a day. It's rare that you'll go there, spend an hour and not see 1 or 2 trains. And there's one other sponsor that I wanted to mention, and I lost it at the moment, and I apologize for that. So I'm going to move on. Jim, you have anything to comment on the clinics at all?
Yeah. My name is Jim Fairbanks, and I'm the clinic coordinator for Lakeshores 24. We have a great set of clinics lined up for our convention, and I'm certain that you'll find several that will help you in your modeling. Everything from 3D printing, digital photography, and JMRI to weathering, kit bashing, and tips on building cars. We even have 2 clinics on circus trains, a clinic on garden railroads, and 1 on the basics of timetable and train order operations. If you're into make and take clinics, check out the Bar Mills Extra Fare Clinic on the registration form. This Friday evening event should be a great hit. So far, we have 28 clinics scheduled, but we would like to have more. So if you have a clinic that you would like to present, there are some time slots still available. Just contact us via the website and let us know what you have in mind. Check out the website for the clinics that you want to attend, and we look forward to seeing you at Lakeshores 24. Who's next?
Let's move on to Ed, talk about operations and layout tours.
Well, we're going to have about 12 layouts open for operations. 4 of them will be in the Syracuse area that you can catch on the way in. There'll be Bill Brown's, Narrow Gauge, Denver and Rio Grande, Decatur's, Boston and Albany will also be open. Dave Martini, CSX Northeast, they'll all be operating in the afternoon. Then in the evening, from 4 to 7, Drew James will have his wonderful CS&P layout open for a layout for operations. He'll also be open for tours in the afternoon on the way in. And in the Rochester area, we're going to have about another 8 layouts. Ned Spillers, Danby, Ludlow, and Springfield down in Hammondsport. Mike Pysek, who you see here, will have his layout, the B&O 4th subdivision, open on Thursday afternoon. Jim Fairbanks will be open on Friday morning. I'm really looking forward to getting back and seeing that one. Had an opportunity to do a test run on that with my op squad, and we had a great time. We're looking forward to going back and giving another trial run before we turn it loose on you guys. Rochester Model Railroad Club will have an operation. Paul Stamp, who you've heard mentioned before, has a wonderful Finger Lakes layout open for operations. We're going to have Jim DeMarco, who built a layout in the 70s for his kids, and when they lost interest, he jacked it up to adult height and added onto it and kept going. So he's got a basement-sized empire full of Craftsman kits. Real great guy that you might want to go over and operate on his layout. We're going to have the Team Spalti, Gordon and Jean, with their Main and Western layout open. And we also have Ron Stacy's Rondemont and West Shore. And that's the layout that you'll see advertised in the NCE ads. I don't think I forgot anybody. I certainly hope I didn't.
John Socha?
Dick, he's a layout tour.
Okay.
We're going to have about 24 layouts open for tours. Pretty much all of them will be the clubs, the layouts that are going to be open for operations. Layout tours, we're still adding more and more on. We'll have Ray Howard's Seneca Lake, Ontario and Western, Scott Baruti's layout, which is also out in Geneva. Cal Adams has a layout that he's building in a second floor of a barn. He's expanding his HO layout onto what was the platform of an indoor G-scale layout. So I'm looking forward to going back and seeing how far he's progressed on that. Dick Sanchez has a wonderful diorama type display layout. It is operational though. That is absolutely gorgeous, set in the late teens, early 20s. We're adding more and more layouts as we go along. John Sochas will be on there. Possibility that one will be open for operations as well. Have a couple of things that we need to arrange there. In fact, I'm going to be meeting with him tomorrow for a trial op session to see if we can put one up for you guys. So watch the website and see if an op session on John Soch's New York, Ontario, and Western layout becomes available. Lots of great things to see and do here. Lots of great layouts on which to operate. So I hope to see you there. And pretty much that's it. If you want to reach out, opposite Lakeshore's NMRA, if you have any questions on any of the layouts, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
As far as the layout tours go, one of the things we're going to try to do is try to cluster them so you know all of the particular layouts in a certain area and know where you might want to stop to eat while you're visiting them. One group happens to be in the Geneva and Canandaigua area, and they might be good ones to visit on your way in on Thursday. We're working on setting that up. There will probably be announcements for that on the monthly promos that come out from the region. We'll try to highlight that on the website if we can, so you can know what those are. One that I particularly want to mention is the Western New York Layout Tour. Back in 2019, just after we had become part of the Northeastern region, and the Central New York group was hosting the convention, they offered a tour of the layouts in our area to the convention goers. And we thought that might be a good thing to repeat for our sister division to the west, which is part of the Niagara Frontier region. And they have some very fine layouts there. Frank Pastore, Gary Reynolds, Steve Cotton,
Frank
Frank Battaglia, and there is one other that is on there too. But so that we have that organized. And again, we're trying to cluster those layouts so you can go and visit them and get as many as you can in the time available and not spend a whole lot of time driving between them, and have places to stop and eat. And while Ed was talking, I remembered what our other sponsor was, and that is the Hemlock Train Show. National has the National Train Show. We have the Hemlock Train Show, which is about a half hour away from the convention hotel. It is running Saturday and Sunday, and they are offering $3 off the general admission to NER convention goers, and their general admission there is only about $6. So it's not very expensive. It's a nice little train show to visit. And some of us in return have offered to repeat our clinics on Sunday afternoon at their train show. So
one layout I did forget to mention, and I'm really sorry I did. If you want to see an absolutely downright gorgeous layout, you don't want to miss Peter Darling's Southern Pacific Donner Pass 1941.
Oh, yeah.
The thing will knock your socks off.
Yeah, for sure. And that one will be open on Friday afternoon from 1 to 4. I know that one we have set for sure. Mike, you want to go ahead and talk about the prototype tours?
I'd love to. Thank you. I'm Mike Pisek, and I am the prototype rail excursion coordinator for Lake Shores 24. We have arranged a trip on the Genesee Valley Transportation line, their Falls Road line, former New York Central trackage. The Falls Road was a shortcut from Rochester through Niagara Falls, going, eventually hooking up on the Ontario Peninsula, going to Detroit. But it was a shortcut that the Central used. In the Conrail days, it was downgraded, and then in the late 90s, sold off to Genesee Valley Transportation that operates it now, with interchanges in Lockport, New York with CSX, and work also up in Niagara Falls. So we're going to be using that trackage and a trip between Brockport and Medina, New York. It's about a 2-hour trip, one way. In Medina, we'll be visiting the Medina Railroad Museum, where we'll have a box lunch. Details of that will be in the convention literature. There'll be a box lunch there and a tour of the Railroad Museum. The Medina Museum is housed in one of the largest wooden New York Central structures. I believe the largest still standing. It's a 300-foot freight house. It houses the HO layout of the museum, which is over 200 feet long. And in addition to the layout, there is quite a collection of railroad memorabilia. And if anyone is in the fire service, it also has a section of the museum dedicated to the firefighting service. The founder was a lifelong fireman, Marty Phelps, and that's there as a tribute to him. Back to the trip. The trip on the Falls Road is going to be using former New York Central first-class coaches. I believe right now we have 3 coaches reserved. If demand dictates that we can add more, it'll be pulled by an Alco RS32, Falls Road number 2035, and this is the former New York Central engine. At the Central, it was 8035, and sort of indicative of our local short line scene with an Alco power. We have a lot of Alco operated short lines in our area, and the rail fan guide to Rochester that Dave mentioned earlier is going to highlight many of those. Hopefully you'll have time to visit some of those on your way out. Do some rail fanning there. We have at least one photo run by scheduled, depending on lighting conditions. Whether we do it in the afternoon or on the morning run out still remains to be seen. Maybe we'll do both, but we'll have that available. The train is going to leave Brockport at around 10 a.m. and returning probably sometime after 2. We want to get you back to the convention in time to catch some of the other activities at the convention hotel. So we should have you back there by 3 o'clock. I believe that at this time it'll be carpooling to Brockport from the convention hotel. I think, Dave, do you have any details on it? It's about a 30-minute ride, we figured.
When I looked it up, it was about 35-minute ride.
Okay, about 35-minute ride from the hotel.
It's an easy ride. It's not a difficult ride at all.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. We'll be parking on the campus of the State University of New York at Brockport. So there'll be plenty of places to park, easy access in and out. So that should be fairly straightforward.
And free as well?
And free. Yep, parking is free there. Dave, do you have anything you'd like to add about the sign up for the Railfan tour, or excuse me, the Railfan excursion here?
It is on the registration form. And
okay.
All right, and sign up early, please, so we know how many to expect and know how many cars to reserve.
Yep, exactly. Is there anything on the form right now about the box lunch, or we're going to handle that a little later?
I don't remember if it's on the box lunch. It is on the website.
Okay, great. So
it's on the description on the website.
Okay, super. All that's included in the price of the Railfan excursion. So if you have any questions, please jot them down here. We'll handle those a little later. But we're excited about this. We're also trying to line up some other prototype related events in terms of rail fanning and things, and they're in progress, and we'll be updating any details of those as they develop on the website.
Yeah, the two others that we do have are Rochester Genesee Valley Transportation Museum on Friday from 1 in the afternoon to 6, which is it's a pre-registration event, is $10, and that's the museum, which is the station, and they have a shop up at the top of the hill, which requires a train ride to get to, and the train runs hourly, and it will be open only for NMRA members on Friday afternoon. If you happen to want to go back, on Saturday, they have their Rails and Ales thing going. If you like beer, you might enjoy that. That will be open to the general public, and unfortunately, there's no discount for us, but it is available. The other rail-related prototype tour is the New York Museum of Transportation, which is open on Sunday, very near where the Rochester Genesee Valley Transportation Museum is. They have the only trolley under wire that I know of in New York State, and they have a pretty nice HO train layout as well. They're offering $3 off admission for those headed out of town and want to stop by there. And the other rail related was what we're planning for, trying to get something set up for Friday morning. Prototype tour.
Yep.
Wanted to mention a little bit about the hotel, just that it's $129 per night with excluding the taxes and stuff. And there is free parking there. There is no charge for the parking. It is pretty conveniently located off the thruway if you're coming in that way. Not too far from the airport. And there would be, I don't know if there's a shuttle. I'm going to have to look into that. It's about a $25 Uber ride from the train station is what we have found in our research. So that's that. It's, as you notice, it's called the RIT Inn and Conference Center, which is related to the Rochester Institute of Technology. Their hospitality majors intern through there. And we would love to be able to have the RIT club layout open during the convention. I don't remember if you mentioned this one, Ed, or not. But we're hoping that it is open. They had an unfortunate inspection where somebody after 11 years decided part of their layout needed to go. And so they're having to redo some things, and they're hoping to have it ready for us in time for the convention. Some of the non-rail things, you saw on the presentation, there is a tour scheduled for the George Eastman House on Friday morning and for the Genesee Brew House on Friday afternoon. You can actually do some train watching from the roof of the Genesee Brew House. The picture of the Norfolk Southern train going over the Genesee River was taken from there. And some other things that were noted. On Thursday and Friday at the convention, our local visitors bureau called Visitors Rochester will have a table set up near registration and help with guiding you to any place that you might want to visit in the Rochester area. I wanted to back up and talk a little bit about the clinics, specifically the learning tables. That's an idea that we stole from RPM meets, where a clinician will be at a table for an entire morning, afternoon, or a whole day, and or an evening session, and just demonstrate or present a topic for that whole time. That is where the Build It boxcar program will be held throughout the convention, so people can come at their leisure instead of having one specific time for a make and take. They can go to clinics that they might want to see, and when there's something they don't have any time, anything planned, they can come and work on their car and hopefully get the detailing done. The learning tables will be held. We're going to have 2 or 3 at a time, and they will be held in what we're calling an interchange room, which is where there will be Fremo will be set up there. A couple of switching layouts, vendors, which we talked about earlier. We may have up to 3 now, and the learning tables. So we're hoping that's a place that people want to hang out, and the fact that the idea is that there will be people there will hopefully bring vendors to us, and so that's our plan. So if there's any questions, Marty, you got any? Yep, go ahead.
Just, one thing that you sort of mentioned there, in addition to the regular regional contests, and this was in the promo that we've seen earlier, we are having the Celebration of Models display area. So although this isn't, an RPM meet, we are going to be hosting anyone who wants to bring a model along, strictly for display purposes, whether it's complete or partially built or whatever. We will have areas for that, and they'll be there for everyone to view and to learn from. So,
and we can set that up so that you don't have to just leave the model there for others to look at. You can be there to answer questions and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It will be a supervised room.
So
awesome. Yeah.
Okay. Artie, got any questions for us?
No, I think you've answered the ones that were out there. Just to point out to the folks on the chat and watching this, having done this before, these guys put a lot of work into this, and their reward will be for all of you to show up at the convention, especially first-timers. It's a great location. Sounds like things are moving along with the clinics and the layouts and the off-site convention activities. encourage you to register. Again, having done this, scheduling for these guys is a nightmare. The clinicians want to go to other clinics and run layouts, and they want to go to these off-site trips. So juggling the schedules that these guys have to do to satisfy all the people that are participating in the convention, let alone trying to schedule what you want. It's a lot of work, and don't get frustrated if you go to register initially and something, you can't schedule your own, because that's just the nature of the beast. And the other part, other than what these guys are scheduling, I found in going to these conventions, a big part of it is meeting all these folks personally, sitting down. I mean, I don't know how many conventions I've attended where we'll sit in a common area 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, 8 or 9 of us sitting around talking, meeting people for the first time. That's a big part of these conventions for those folks that haven't been there yet.
I saw a couple of things here. One was some information on the circus train modeling, and there happen to be 2 clinics on that. And it's interesting that circus modelers do a lot of model railroading, a lot of train models, but model railroaders don't tend to do a lot of circus models. And we have 2 in this convention. One is Gary Reynolds out of Buffalo, and I do not remember the book, but it is listed, I believe, in his clinic description. He has modeled a train based on a fictional train based on a book, and it is of an earlier generation, probably early 1900s. And he actually used the cards that he built for that train to get his AP certificate in cars. Mine is a little more recent. Mine is called Rails and Ringling, and it gives a little history of the circus train from when it started and how it evolved. And it gives the history of the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, but it focuses on the circus train from 1960, which I'm working on HO models from that era based on Walther's kits that were released in the 60s and then re-released in the 80s. The old wood and metal passenger car kits. And I'm doing that in HO scale. And I'm doing a more modern version, kind of the end of the line version in 2017 in N scale. So that's what that's about. There was a question about, a comment about the young modelers. That's a very new, or brand new event that Chris Carfaro is running, which will be in our hospitality room. And you don't have to be a 20-something modeler to participate in that. But we're trying to find what makes the young modelers tick, and if they're, why in general they seem to prefer online versus in person, and see what we can do about that. There was a question about the Build It boxcar. If you're interested in that, just email superintendent@lakeshoresnmra.org, and we'll give you the information on ordering that.
Answer to Heath, there are no circus layouts operational, although there are some circus cars on the Rochester Model Railroad Club.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks, Dave, Jim, Mike, and Ed. We're all looking forward to a great convention in Rochester, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you.
Welcome back. Just a quick reminder to enter to win the two generous $50 gift certificates each from Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies being raffled off on Thursday night. Just go to the link in the YouTube description to enter. Thanks again to Bernard and Daryl. Next up is another informative clinic. As many of us are, our next presenter is a lifelong model railroader. Starting with a Lionel set as a child, he now models the B&O Buffalo Division in HO. A past president of the NFR, he remains active in the Lakeshore Division, as well as being a member of the Genesee Society of Model Engineers, Model Railroad Club. He has contributed to the NERx program in previous years and is recently retired from his engineering consulting business. Let's welcome Mike Pyzik for his clinic on dividers. Evening, Mike.
Good evening.
Speed, roll the video.
Good evening. I'm Mike Pyzik with the Lake Shores Division, and thanks for tuning in here to NERx 24. Today we're going to be discussing the use of dividers as a modeling tool. Okay, we're going to talk about dividers, and they're typically looked at as a machinist's tool, but they have a lot of utility for a model railroader. There are three basic styles of dividers. There's inside dividers, such as these, where the points are used to measure the inside diameter of an object, diameter or distance of something. There's outside dividers, which, as you can imagine, are used to measure the outside of something. And there are straight dividers, which are typically used for point-to-point measurements, so from one point to another. And what a divider allows you to do is to take a physical record of a measurement. If we use a ruler and write down the distance, like 8 scale feet or 1.2 inches or millimeters, whatever, what we have there is a numerical record. A divider allows you to produce a physical representation of that distance, which can then be used to transfer to another object. And you can do that repetitively. So the old adage, measure twice, cut once. By using dividers, we can measure once and cut numerous times, since we have a physical representation and not a one where we're going to have to repeat. So for the most part, we're going to focus on straight dividers. They're the most useful that I found. Several different styles, some very small ones. These are some actually high precision ones, but dividers in general have one characteristic, and that is this edge on the inside is flat. Okay, they're pointed and you have a flat edge. The reason that inside edge is flat is if we're taking a measurement of something, say the top of this wall to the window, we want to line up flush against that and then push up against it. And so there's our measurement. If this was a rounded tip or a rounded arm on that, you wouldn't be able to get flush right up against that. So these are, as I mentioned, they're precision dividers. If you could see here, besides the flat feature on the inside, this one also, by use of a set screw here, is equipped with a needle. And that needle is giving us a very fine point to mark with. Those are great. The thing I don't like about them is they're not, as you've seen, some of these things are adjustable with a thumb screw, threaded rod. These are adjustable by just physical pushing. Now there's a lot of friction on that, and they hold the point very well. But if you're making a measurement, it's a little awkward to do that, and I'll demonstrate why a little later. So what I did to make dividers for just general use around my layout and on my workbench, I took an old compass, and these are typically outfitted with some kind of a pencil for drawing a circle. Well, what I did with the compass, I I used the points that it does come with. I soldered the points in place, and I ground a flat surface on the insides of those points. So again, when I'm taking a measurement, I have the advantage of being able to use the screw here to make an adjustment, and then I can push that flat surface right up against it and get a measurement that way. All right, now we'll demonstrate how we actually can transfer a measurement. Let's say we have a panel, and this could be any kind of a material you want to work with. A flat material, could be a stone wall sheathing. It could be brick paper, roofing material, whatever. And we want to have repetitive cuts of that. And like, for instance, on a piece of corrugated roofing, typically 4 foot by 16 foot is a decent size for roofing material. So we need to make repetitive cuts. So one way of doing that is we take our scale gauge here, and let's say just for the sake of argument, we're going to use like 12 feet here. So we put one tip, coming closer here, one tip on the 0, and then we just adjust this for the scale distance, that the distance that we want. So in this case, well, we're close to 10 foot, so let's adjust it for 10 foot here just to make things quicker. Right there. Now what's nice about a scale ruler is that it's etched, so you can actually feel those points fall right into that etching. So there, we've measured 10 feet. We have that right here. So this is a piece of styrene, and I've just painted it blue so we could see a little bit easier of what we're doing here. We can put one side up against the edge here, and then work right along, and we've etched a line. Maybe that line isn't too easy to see, so I'll just demonstrate here with the finer tip on this this tool. But there we go. So we have a physical measurement. Now, you say, well, that's great if you have a painted piece of styrene. Now, you could do this with anything. I'll just make this mark here on the same side, or excuse me, the clean side of it. Now, you really can't see that very well, but all you need to do is take a pencil, and that line comes right out. Okay, you wipe that off, and you've got that. So that's one way of transferring a measurement, is just to describe a line. Then when you make your cut, you would do that, describe another line, and so forth and so on. A second method that you could use besides scribing is a method of just putting a divot in. So again, we'll take a dimension here. This time, let's say, let's measure it out. This is 5 feet. Okay. All right, so we'll take that, push our divider up, and make a divot. And we'll do this at least 3 times. Okay. We know that 2 points define a line, but 3 defines a straight line. So we'll get 3 on there. And it's actually not hard to see. So we'll take that, and we can actually use this, put that in the divot, slide our ruler right up against it. Do that in a couple places. With a sharp pencil, if you wanted to draw that line, you could just go over it, and you could feel that pencil falling right into the divot marks as you go along. Okay, so that's kind of a confirmation that you're on the right line. You can just go right into cutting it. Again, if you use an X-Acto, you can feel that falling in to the divots that you've made. I like to use a tool here. It's called the Alpha. It's made by Alpha. They make a lot of different blades, but this is commonly as an Alpha blade. But this does, when you cut, you see it actually removes some material. So you don't have from an X-Acto blade, you don't have the swell of material on either side of it. You're actually removing material, and a couple strokes like that. And you can see, you know you've made a cut when you have this, right? A couple strokes with that, and then you could do the fold and snap technique as you would with an X-Acto. Clean that up, a little bit of sandpaper, and you're there. So we can just repeat that, and go right along, continue to make our marks, and cut as many sections as we need by doing just one measurement to set that distance. So on a modeler's bench, this is great. Speeds things up. Other things you could use it for: windows. Okay, we'll just take one here. I don't really need to know that is going to be probably like 210 thousandths. I can just take, in this case I'll use a smaller ruler. I can just smaller divider, just come in here, take that measurement, and right there, that's my window width. So anytime I want to line up windows on a building, I can just use that, and then just the ruler, make a line, get my window widths, and for rows of windows, measure the height, and you can see how it falls together pretty quickly, again without having to physically or numerically record the distance each time and make that calculation. So there's also uses, as I mentioned, not only on the bench but on the layout. So we'll go over to the layout now and just show you a few things that you can do with dividers. Okay, so we're on the layout now, and one of the things that unfinished portion of the layout, I should point out, one of the things that's typical to do is to put a fence line along a railroad, whether it's a pasture land or a fence against, defining a parking lot, something like that. A fence, most cases you're going to be using 8-foot dimensional lumber. So it's often the case where you want to put your fence at 8-foot spacing. Your fence posts at 8-foot spacing. One way of doing it, of course, is to get your scale ruler and put it down and measure 8 feet and put a mark, and then 8 feet, and you could do that easily on a scale ruler, but you're measuring each dimension. So there's a better way by using a divider. So let's get a little thicker straight edge here. Now let's define where our fence is going to be. We're going to, let's just say from this point to that point, and we want to fix that ruler in place. So we'll take a couple of push pins. Again, we're using Homosode here, so this is kind of easy. If you have another material, you could use some tape to lock that ruler down. Again, just taping the ruler so it's not moving around while we're doing this. Okay, your start of your fence, we're going to use our scale ruler. We're going to get our 8-foot dimension, which is our post-to-post distance. It needs to come out a little bit more. This is why I like the thumb screw on the on this type of compass turned into a divider. And again, we can feel that point right in the etchings of that scale ruler. So we know we got 8 feet here. So we pick our point for our fence, push down, make a divot, go over here, go up against the side of that straight edge, make a divot, swing it around, another divot, swing it around, another divot, and we could just keep going as far as we want. If we put down a yardstick, well, we could lay, a whole bunch of fence posts. As simple as that. No measuring. Well, we did measure. We measured once, and we could just go along. It could be that you want some different type of
fencing, so you just, of course, scale it. So now, pull up our, I don't know if it shows up very well, but we can easily see the markings in a straight row, 8 feet apart. Drill them, put in your fence posts. I like simple fence posts, 4x4 scale styrene and a 2x8 scale strip. You put it in, again, you can make a little gauge to get the fence post heights on there. Clip your piece of styrene against it, a little drop of liquid cement, and you could knock out fences pretty quickly. So that's one method of using a divider here for performing that operation. Again, the divider allows us to make repetitive cuts with accuracy without having to measure. So it's useful whenever you have something repetitive. We'll give another example here. We're going to do another measurement here. We laid out this track next to this feed mill here. Got the distance so that it's appropriate for a loading dock, ramp going from the boxcar to the feed mill. But say other areas of the layout where we want to put in a similar structure or some other interface between a boxcar and a building. Well, we need to know what that optimal distance is. So we're going to measure from the rail here, and this time we're using the outside style of divider. So we're going to just go in there and measure this using the thumb screw. Okay, there we go. All right, that's the distance from the rail, inside of the rail, to the wall. Well, we made our measurement between the wall and the outside edge of the rail, and we have it here as a physical record of that measurement. We can transfer it to a scale ruler here to get a numerical record of it, but do we really need it? Now, we could take this divider and just never touch it again, and every time we lay out a track next to a wall or a loading dock, we could just use this to align that track against the wall of the loading dock. But we're going to use that divider for other things, of course. So bonus tip here, we're going to make a tool that'll allow us to keep this measurement forever. So what I've got here is just a hunk of sprue from a kit. We're going to take this this measurement here. As soon as I find my X-Acto knife, there it is. And we're just going to lay this on a piece of sprue. We're going to put a little notch right here, and then a notch right here. Okay, so we got 2 lines on that sprue, and a pair of flush cutting cutters here. We're going to go in, slide the cutter along till it hits that groove. Make a cut. Slide it along till we get right on that groove again. Make a cut. And now I'm going to go up here and chop that piece of sprue off. So there we go. Now we have a measuring tool. Every time we lay out a building, instead of needing to go in with our dividers, we could just take this, put it on the side of a rail, and know how far. We'll demonstrate that on the layout now. So the layout here, we've got a piece of track and we want to put a loading dock. We already have a loading dock here, but let's say we're putting this in for the first time, and we want to know that that optimal distance that we took made a physical record of here using this tool. So to lay that dock out, we would just use our tool, put it against the rail, put it in a push pin, repeat that a few times here. Another rail, another spot on the rail. Use that to mark our spot right with the push pin. And again, we use the third point here using our tool. You could take a piece of tape and make a little flag on the handle of this tool so you know what it's for, and just keep it in your toolbox. So there we go. Now we have that
we could build our loading dock on a workbench, bring it here, put it right up against those push pins, and glue it in place, scenic it in place, pull the push pins out, and we know that we have what we need for clearance exactly where we want it. And we did this without actually recording the distance there. We didn't need to. We had the physical record of it by our calipers and then by manufacturing a tool that allows us to reproduce it. You could do the same thing for the distance from utility poles to your rail. If you have a set distance there, again, calipers and making a tool will do that. So just an example of how you can use a couple of techniques, simple tool making and your calipers to achieve good results on your layout. Thanks for tuning in to NERx 24 and for seeing our little discussion here about dividers. I hope to catch you all up in Rochester at our regional convention. That'll be Lake Shores 24, September of this year. I hope you caught the promo for it. My layout will be open, and love to have you come up and visit us again up in Rochester. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, for an interesting and informative clinic. I never knew of all the clever uses for dividers. So we have a couple questions before we let you go. Why use a divider instead of a caliper?
Well, a caliper is really a measuring tool, and you can use it in somewhat of the same way because you can obviously get a span between the jaw of the caliper and transfer a physical measurement that way. But the advantage of the dividers are that they are made specifically for taking a point-to-point measurement. So they're sharper, and as we've seen in the beginning of the presentation, there are different types for measuring the inside or outside of an object. And what you want to do with the divider and the way that we're using them here as modelers is to actually use the point of the divider to make an impression into your base material, whether it's going to be a scratch or a little divot or something that you can use as a reference later on for cutting or the cutting itself. So it can be used, but the dividers seem to be a little more of the right tool for the job in many cases.
So given your engineering background, what came first? Did you use the dividers a lot in your engineering and then applied it to model railroading, or?
To be honest, I never used dividers as an engineer at all. I had various sets of dividers. I started, with just like a compass as a drawing tool, obviously for making a circle or something. But I had a set of dividers that I actually use in my workshop. I do some, mechanical work out there, automobile and, small engine work, things like that. And, it was like second nature. I needed to make a measurement on my railroad once, and I just went to the toolbox and grabbed those because I was already familiar with their use in those other applications. So I think there's probably more people out there using them than we think because they have backgrounds in other hobbies maybe, but they work well for this. And if anyone picks up a pair and finds a good use for them, that's great. It helps to build more consistent models. And I just hate measuring something 3 times. So the dividers help me work quicker. And really we make modeling jigs on our benchtop for cutting strip wood or styrene or things. The dividers are basically a portable jig. So we can take them somewhere, take the actual measurement, bring it back to our workbench and go from there. So they have that going for them.
Oh, good. I'll have to dust mine off that I use just for drawing, and now I saw a lot of new ways to use things. Oh, quick question here before we, where to go? Somebody had a question, I think, about making it square or vertical. How do you keep it?
Oh, I bet, it's like handling any kind of tool, like you're handling an X-Acto knife or something. There's a little bit of a technique involved, and yeah, you do have to pay attention to the squareness of it, especially the fact if I showed where you had a straight edge and you're going along the straight edge to to make a line. Obviously, you have to that line of the divider has to be perpendicular to that straight edge to make that work well. But yeah, that's all just muscle memory and developing the technique to do it.
Okay, well, thanks again, Mike. I'm sure our audience really enjoyed it, and I'll have to go back and watch it again step by step and come up with some new uses.
Okay, my pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Just a quick, for any of those just joining us, welcome to night 2 of the March NERx. And remember, if you missed anything last night or tonight, you can always go back to the NERx website to catch up with some of the clinics and presentations in the coming weeks. Next up is another great tip and technique on weathering wood by Jeff Hankey. Take it away, Speed.
All right, welcome everybody. It's Jeff Hankey. I'm going to give a quick and easy little tip here. Something I've used for many years to weather scribed siding so that it looks like the paint is peeling. First step is to paint both sides of your piece of wood. The reason for that is we're going to add alcohol to it and you don't want it to warp, so don't forget about painting the back side. I only painted one side here so you can see on the left what the material looks like originally. And this has just been painted with black primer paint just so that you can see it clearly, hopefully on the video. All right, the magic tool to do this scene is this right here. A curved blade that is very, very dull. Do not use a normal number 11 X-Acto blade, as that will dig into the wood and really damage it. This dull round blade has worked miraculously for me over many years, and continue to think it's perfect just the way it is. I'll never replace it. So once you have the siding painted and you want to make it look like the paint is peeling, what you do is just take the blade and scrape it across the plastic. And the more dull your blade is, the more you'll have to scratch at it. If you use normal acrylics, they won't be as thick as these, and so it will actually come off a lot quicker and a lot easier. How much you want to do paint peeling, completely up to you. Just continue to scratch at the paint, and as you can start to see, some of the natural wood starts to come through. And how much, again, this is all technique and feel for you as to how you want it to look. We're going to go for a little bit more of an extreme look just to make the point here when you're doing it. So, secret here to getting a good look, you can see some of that paint starts to look like it's starting to peel off, is to make sure that the wood has different layers of weathering. So any of the exposed wood right here will actually darken once I give it a wash. And this wash is very simple. I'm going to be using Tamiya XF1. Just take a little dab, throw it into the 70% rubbing alcohol here. Makes a nice little wash. Add that wash to the part that you actually scraped. And what it'll do is it'll darken. Just to give you an example on the unfinished wood. It just barely darkens it. See, it's not too dark at all. And that just gives kind of a look like a grain of the wood, so that when you go back and do the technique a second time, you will have a very nice multi-layered effect. So here, this part's been done. If I was to do it again after it dried, I would let it dry. I will see bright wood once I scrape away the area that has been washed. And hopefully between these two spots, you can see the difference. So this one had the wash on it and this one hasn't. So once this wash dries, scrape it again. And once you scrape it, you'll have wood that's this light, wood that's kind of this medium color, and then some of the original paint color on the wall. And it makes for a really unique, good looking technique for weathered wood. You know, the paint peels, you want it to peel. You can go crazy with this technique if you'd like and use the tip to try to work on the tops of the pieces of wood, because basically when you do this, the tops tend to peel first on the ones that are most exposed to the rain and most exposed to the sun. And so you can kind of do a different technique here if you'd like. Just focus on that top edge. And that'll be another look of having the paint peeling. And then once you're done and you're happy with the way it looks, these are, you know, looks okay, seal the whole thing with dull coat, and then you're good to go. Pretty quick and pretty easy. And again, the magic tool is a curved blade, not a straight blade. And then layer the effect. Make sure you use washes. And in no time, your model buildings would look incredibly realistic with peeling paint. Take care. Bye.
Welcome back. Next up is our last clinic of the night. Our next presenter received his first HO scale train set for Christmas at the age of 9 and has been hooked on many aspects of railroad operations and modeling ever since. He has worked with several 12-inch to the foot scale restoration and operating groups, including the National Museum of Transportation in St. Louis and the Golden Gate Railroad Museum in San Francisco. His modeling efforts are currently applied on 2 large home layouts with members of the Garden State Division of the NMRA. He is also president of the Morris Plains, New Jersey Model Railroad Club. His personal modeling interests include the Pennsylvania Railroad during World War II in HO scale and Southern Pacific operations from the late 1970s through the UP acquisition in the Monterey, California area, specifically the Spreckles branch in N scale, which he hopes to eventually build. He is now applying his skills and research at Atlas Model Railroad, where he works in the R&D department and is involved primarily in the areas of signaling, electronics, railroad history, and passenger car modeling. He is a member of the Railway and Locomotive Technical and Historical Society, the Garden State Division of the NMRA, and also serves on the NMRA DCC Working Group Committee, the Railroad Manufacturers Committee, and is currently working on the requirements for the Author Association Volunteer and Electrical NMR Achievement Program certificates. Wonder what free time he has. Welcome, Scott.
None whatsoever, Artie. Thank you very much. It's good to be here tonight and going into the third part of a series that I've been putting together on on signaling in general. Probably one of the more misunderstood aspects of all of model railroading in some cases. But one of the things that really tends to add a lot to a layout. Tonight, we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the more complex concepts in interlockings and speed-based signaling, as well as the idea of route-based signaling and how all of this goes together and how you can start thinking about setting that up for your own railroad. So Speed, if you wouldn't mind running the presentation, that'd be great.
And thank you again very much. Like to welcome everyone to the third installment of the Railroad Signaling Primer for Modelers. Tonight, we're going to be talking a little bit about route-based signaling and interlockings, or my favorite subtitle here is You Can Get There From Here. It's one of those things where route-based signaling has changed over the years from its first inception as a technique to move trains across the network. And we will learn a little bit about some of the terminology net behind it, some of the objects which it has come, where it has come from and where it has gone to, and set us up for understanding a little bit more about how the modern systems will actually work in a later installment. So let's begin by talking a little bit. Hold on. There we go. A review of what we have done before. Parts 1 and 2 covered fixed signals and signals that move, such as sound. Remember that in the previous systems, the main phrase is the rulebook is your friend. Once you know the language of the rulebook, everything begins to fall into place when you talk about railroad signaling and even railroad operations in general. For those of us who model a specific prototype, understanding the rulebook really opens up a lot of operational intricacies, as well as understanding why the railroads do what they do and how they actually succeed in doing it most of the time. Once you actually get your head around the rulebook, be consistent with the rules you try to use. There are many rulebooks out there. There are many different eras out there. And if you begin to cross era boundaries or you begin to change the rule books from 1956 to 1978, you'll find differences. Depending on how you operate or how you want to operate, these may be a problem or they may be very instructive. Learn as much as you can, but learn about the rule book because it will get you out of every situation, for the most part, that you'll find yourself in. Let's remember that fixed signals, the things you see, the masts or bridges with heads and lights, are always located in one place. They're fixed. They're described very much in detail by the rule books and also in employee timetables. The ideas behind a fixed signal are three: the aspect, the indication, and the name, and they're all very different concepts. We'll talk about that on the next slide. But really, when you're looking at signal documentation, understanding these terms really clears up a lot of the confusion because modelers and those who have not done signaling professionally sometimes interchange terms, and that can get you into a rabbit hole that can be very difficult. So always remember that aspect, indication, and name are three separate things and very different in how you understand them and use those terms. Know your prototype, and again, use a governing rulebook to construct a workable system for your layout. You may want to use NORAC rules. You may want to use G-Core. You may want to use Penzi rules from 1916. Whatever it is, know your prototype before you start really trying to dig into it and say, this does this does that. It'll work on your railroad, but some people may wonder why. Nice to be able to instruct them on that when you do it. A non-fixed signal, as we talked about in part 2, is a temporary thing, a sign, a flag, a fusee, hand signals. These sorts of things are very, very easy to model. And the variation in these can really add a lot to your operating sessions beyond the rigid type of operation that we think of when we think of rules. They are rules, but they're temporary. They move around. Even better are sounds, such as the whistle, using the whistle or horn on your locomotive, using communications signaling, dispatch or tower signaling, and things such as the lights or class lights on many locomotives or the markers on the ends of passenger cars. Not just the blinking Fred, but also the ways of setting up marker lights to make it more realistic and convey an actual operational interest. Basic signaling, as I mentioned, automatic block signals, whistles, hand signals, is really pretty easy anymore to implement on a model railroad. There are lots of off-the-shelf things, and locomotives and cars come with all of these things that used to have to be installed manually. by default. And so it's pretty easy to implement sound and lights and making other things. But as I said before, when you get into fixed signals, the three things to worry about are aspect, indication, and to some lesser extent, the name. The aspect is, of course, the visual information displayed on a signal head. The number, the position, the color, the state of the lights, or any mechanical devices which are attached to make up a visible signal is known as the aspect. A green light, a flashing yellow, a red light over a green light. These are aspects. They say nothing except what actually you see. What you do is based on the indication. That's the actual interpretation, the result communicated by the aspect. And again, that's where the rulebook is your friend, because it defines what you do when you see that aspect. A visual aspect can be modified by the presence or absence of an additional device affixed to the signal to specify the indication. The most famous, of course, is changing an absolute stop to a stop and proceed just by adding a placard underneath the stoplight, as it were. The name of the signal, and we'll talk a lot about this tonight, is indicative of the indication, but it is not the indication. A green aspect indicates clear or indicates to proceed at speed. It's called clear in many rule books. These three things all go together in a nice little triad so that the full indication of what to do is in your rule book. It might be listed under the name of the indication, and it will show you what the aspect is. And so again, rule books are very, very, very useful when starting to design your signal system. Last time we talked, or the first installation, we talked about speed-based signaling. The aspect tells the train crew how fast they can go until they hit the next signal, or what to worry about when they come up on the next signal. And there are a variety of configurations which exist, and we saw those before. In areas where you don't have a lot of turnouts, where you're moving from place to place, and you're trying to space out trains in such a way that they get over the route in the most efficient manner, the railroad is usually carved up into blocks. These are a lot like power districts, if you would. But it's a section of track where the defined limits are used to separate trains by distance and time. A block can be any length to allow for efficient traffic flow without compromising safety. Remember also, signals were designed not for really increasing throughput, but to make the railroad safer. You don't want to meet in a cornfield at 90 miles an hour. That doesn't look too good. It also is not a good situation to find yourself in if you're the engineer or anybody on the train. Block systems or automatic signaling gets a system of connected signals, each controlled by something called a track circuit, and it's designed to indicate track condition or block occupancy to protect trains from colliding, usually from having a train run you over from behind. There are ways of looking at signaling from a train coming in at you from the other direction, and that's what we talk about a little bit tonight when we start thinking about interlockings or how trains can meet at certain places. So some new definitions that we need to think about. A controlled siding or controlled signal or controlled switch. Anything which is controlled is just really a general term. It's used to differentiate between this automatic track circuit sets a thing based on a block, operation of a signal, and places where additional manual input is needed, such as setting a route or throwing a turnout or causing someone to stop for a specific condition. Not necessarily by train order, not necessarily by timetable, but based on a control that is used at the point of the situation initially, but now in very, very far distances through something called centralized traffic control. Route-based signaling, and it is compared to speed-based signaling, which we talked about two things ago, is where the aspect of the signal indicates the path you are going to take through a set of turnouts or a system of turnouts. Because going in one direction on a piece of track is kind of boring. It's actually going off that route, delivering things to customers, making the railroad operate in such a way where trains have a variety of places to go, not just in a straight line. Route-based signaling helps to tell a train crew exactly what route they're going to take, and now also the speed they're going to take through a system of turnouts where you can diverge from the main path of travel. In these cases, you will usually see something called a multi-head signal. So you may have one head over another one, there might be three heads. I have seen four, but in most cases, it's either 2 or 3 head systems, which help to determine that you're in an area where the signaling is going to be talking a little bit about which way you're going to be traveling. And that is usually through something called an interlocking or an interlocking plan. This is a network of turnouts, signals, locking devices, etc., which are connected mechanically and or electrically, and that prevent a conflicting or an opposing movement through a piece of track. Think, for example, a passing siding. Your train is ordered to take the siding. The signal will tell you, okay, go into the siding and stop or do whatever, approach the end of the signal and wait for the next train. In this way, a train can pass you, either going in the same direction or in a different direction. When the road is clear, you'll be let back out of the siding, also known as being in the hall. These interlockings, simplest thing being a turnout or a passing siding, are what allow trains to overtake each other, to go in different directions, to utilize trackage in ways that a single straight line can't do. And in fact, it made railroading much, much, much more interesting. New places to get information. Employee timetables. I mentioned this before, but an employee timetable, and actually railroad employees, are one of the best things that you can find. It's not like a public timetable. It doesn't necessarily give you the time between point A and point B. If you're going from Newark to oh, I don't know, anywhere, really. It's one of these things where you're not looking for point A to point B, but you're also looking at what happens in between point A and point B. What are those intermediate points? What does the track work look like? Are there signal situations that I have to worry about? Are there special orders or special situations that might be happening at any given time that affect how I drive my train through that area? That's what an employee timetable has. They're a lot bigger. They're a lot sometimes harder to find, but you can indeed find them at eBay or on ephemera sites or at railroad shows or Railroadiana shows. And it has these informations that really give you the ability to start understanding, hey, I can construct a signal system and understand the interlocks and understand track configurations so much easier because all the information is right there. Another place to find it is a interlocking or a tower schematic map. These documents, which are usually prepared by a signal system manufacturer when they were competing essentially to build a system for a railroad, and say, hey, you've got this interlocking, you're going to need 15 levers, you're going to need a machine to do this, you're going to have locks and signals and other things to all go together. Here's how you design it, and here's the document. It has on it a track configuration, always a bonus, but the signals, and in later cases, not only the interlock mechanisms, but the relay setups, which are then used to control the aspects of signals. And so a lot of these tower schematic maps are very, very, very interesting when you find them. And even if you're not modeling that prototype, they're nice to have. Another thing that's nice to find is either Union Switch and Signal or General Railroad Signaling sales literature is what I call it. They were the books produced in the 1920s through about the 60s for the most part, introducing the latest and greatest features about their types of signal systems, whether it's an NERx type of interlock, whether it's time delays or time locks. All of these sales literature has a phenomenal amount of information in them. It may look like it's on the surface, but when you really dig into it, you find out how they're designing certain aspects of the process. In fact, a lot of this is in back issues of railway signaling as well. And there are a lot of online sites which have the scans of this literature, or again, you can find them in libraries, but it really explains the workings and why someone would do it. One of the best ones I ever saw was a USNS document, which said why you need block signaling. This goes way back, but it actually had a cost benefit study of a block signaling system that was put into a railroad, and then how fast trains then got over that. So it gave you ideas about their timetables, about how they scheduled trains, about all this other stuff. And it was a piece of sales documentation. And so something like this really gives you instructive prototype case studies to help you design your own systems. And so these are sort of different places where you can look for information. So what is route-based signaling all about? One of my favorite quotesters here, Yogi Berra: when you come to a fork in the road, take it. Now, signaling tells you which way you're going, but you're taking a fork regardless of which way you go. You're either going on a straight route or you're taking a diverging route. You're taking something in that fork. The signal tells you where, and the signal tells you how, and sometimes it tells you how fast. When this happens, when you have two places you can go, anytime two tracks come together, it creates something called a junction. And a signaling junction can be very simple. It can be a turnout, like we saw on the last slide, a connection between your railroad and a different railroad, who may have completely different signaling rules. Non-route changing crossings at grade, think of diamonds or 90-degree crossings, 60-degree crossings, 30-degree crossings, all of those track pieces that you can buy. These types of things are junctions. They need to be properly signaled so that you can't have two things going through that junction at the same time. But with the exception of most crossings, a junction will permit a train to take different routes over the trackage. Crossings allow you to go across a main with a branch, or cross many, many tracks with other many tracks. So those are like 90-degree things coming up to a place where you can't make a left or a right turn. You just go straight through. Those have to be protected so that the guys coming in from your left or your right can't hit you, but you're not going to take a different route. Those are a little different as far as a signaling system goes, but those junctions in general allow you to take a different route. And for really, really simple things, think of stub turnout, an infrequently used branch line, cutoffs, etc. You may not need to put a huge amount of work into the signal. The railroads didn't have to because they were not going to spend the money for it. A simple turnout indicator might be enough. And like a typical Adlake or Dressel switch stand light, like we see down in the corner here, these, and you can get on eBay, these things are sometimes enough to let the operator know which way the train would go if it was going to go through it, or when it goes through, which way it's going to go. For these, it was set up primarily so the brakeman would make sure it's correct. And so on manually thrown switches, small yards, industry sidings, elaborate systems of signaling were not really required. And if the railroad didn't have to do it, it wouldn't. But if it needed protection, if you had another system of trains that was coming in, it's absolutely necessary to control that situation. These are not really controls per se, but you need to be able to do that. And so when a junction exists, so you have conflicting routes to the track work that allow two or even more trains to potentially collide, they need to be protected against the possibility of collision. So a set of turnouts needs to be aligned or set for a specified route. Take the diverging route, then go on the main, then you take another diverging route, and then back over two tracks, and then you're back on track 4 rather than being on track 1. Crossovers, things to that effect. These routes, you have to set those turnouts, lock them in place so that they don't change while the locomotives and trains are going through, but also that everything else that can possibly hit them is locked out and stopped from actually making it into that block of track work. Of course, the signals that control or relate what that information is need to be set as well. So these things have to be tied together somehow. As I mentioned, all the turnout signals that can possibly conflict with the desired route have to be locked out. They cannot be changed while that train is in that section because that train has permission. The rest of the trains have to wait. The mechanical or electrical coupling of turnouts with signals and the locking out of a conflicting way is really the essence of something that's just primarily called interlocking. This interlocks with that, and it's a safety feature. Only after the route and the signals are set and locked in is a train given permission to proceed. There's a number of fail-safes which get built into interlocking so that you don't run into something else inadvertently. Accidents do happen, but usually interlockings are one of the safest things in the world because they are seriously controlled, not only by computer, but by human intervention historically. An interlocking plant, then, is a defined section of track work where all these controls are implemented. Towers that we've seen all over the place, and you may have photos of them in your collections, contain all of the necessary machinery and the communications things back to the dispatchers, into the train crews, etc., to allow these interlocking plants to function properly. And you may have seen photos like this. This is off the Erie Railroad, Buchanan Tower, Junction Tower, where it's a mechanical interlocking machine. Lots of levers. Each of these levers is attached to a system of rods, which runs out to the track work and pushes or pulls a switch. Now you can imagine, the further away from this tower you are, the more leverage and the more force required to pull these levers. In many cases, these were called Armstrong machines because you had to have a really, really, really good set of arms to pull them. You'll notice that some of the handles are different color, or the stems are different colors. Those colors indicate whether you're pulling a switch, a signal, a derail, a gate, etc. And there's only, for each type of route that you're taking through an interlock, there's only one way or one path that you can take to throw each of those levers. You can't do it randomly because there's a locking mechanism, sort of mechanical locking mechanism, really, of cams and what are called dogs, that once one lever is moved, other things can't move. And so tower operators had to learn for every route the proper sequence of levers, signals, and setting it forward, and then allowing the train to move forward. You can see the things that look like clocks up on the top of the wall. Those are actually annunciators, which help to indicate whether the signal is thrown properly or the switch is thrown properly. They could also, in some cases, be time locks. I haven't looked very, very closely into this tower, but a lot of the annunciators, the bells, the positive feedback, as it were, that the system is locked and ready to go, are there so that the guy pulling the levers actually knows that they've done it correctly. You can see back in the far corner, probably one of the most important things in this tower is the radio set and the operator working at that set. Communication is critical. In the days before, radios and automated interlocks, being able to tell the train crews, okay, you're on sheet, you're coming through my interlock, your route is set, go. Your signals will tell you that, but having the positive reinforcement of the tower operator dispatcher in that location is key. Another interesting thing about this slide that I just noticed, all the shades are drawn. It must either be an excruciatingly sunny day, or it could be late, and people aren't looking out of the tower to set these things if the light is in their eyes. In many cases, towers face the tracks, but sometimes the machine's faced away from the tracks. And depending on the orientation of the tower, it may be important to kind of cover the windows so that you don't really go blind while you're trying to do this. So let's talk a little bit now about when you start pulling levers, what do you do? For simple track work, a couple of passing sidings, basic crossover, whatever, where you're running a machine such as this, a route-based signal was essentially a signal right at the beginning of the interlock, right at the beginning of all this protected track work, which told the train crew what path they're going to take. These were called home signals, still are. These are home signals, so it's the home of the interlocking. That signal is what guides you through this path. Your speed in early days was just determined by your rule book, your special orders, whatever it was to do this. And what we see here are 4 signals in the order of stop for all possible ways through, take the main, that's the green one, that's the one on the top, take the first diverging route, green in the middle, take the second diverging route, you can see what can happen really quickly. If you have multiple diverging routes, something like this becomes unworkable absolutely immediately. So I say this yes-no type system is a real big no. But it does illustrate one interesting thing. When you look at signals like this, you might say to yourself, well, if the top signal is the straight through route, and the next one is maybe a little slower route, and the bottom one is the absolute slowest route, can I think about these signals as being high speed, medium speed, low speed? The answer is yes, you can. Because that's kind of how they started thinking about it initially. But when it got past the thing that I can't put 15 lights on a mast and say, take the 15th turnout, or a combination of the second and fourth and seventh and 15th, it became really hard for an engineer moving at speed to try and decipher that. So what ended up happening is out in the West, where you had long runs and few interlocks, these concept of diverging aspects and diverging indications were pretty much maintained in all the signal books. Look at Union Pacific, look at SP, look at WP, even not to about as far as Chicago. A lot of these things will have diverging in the aspect tables. But in realization that you also want to tell people how fast to go or not go, they've added speed considerations to the basic take the diverging route approach. However, on the East Coast and the eastern roads, where interlockings are really a lot more complex, and they do have to handle a greater traffic density on average than a lot of the interlocks in the West, only because of the amount of freight and the amount of trains that have to get over that same trackage in a small space over the same period of time, rarely specify the word diverging in a rule book. You look at NORAC, you look at B&A, you can look at any of the New York Central System roads, look at Penzi, B&O. None of these, after a point in time, really specified the concept of a diverging route. They went to a purely speed-based signaling that incorporated diverging aspects in them. Some roads use two heads to describe all of this. Some roads use three. We'll look at three head systems here, but it's just as valid on a two light system or a two head system. And again, the rulebook is your friend. Look into your rulebook, see how they really made sense out of it. But one of the things to watch out for, and again, this is why I always say era specificity is kind of an important thing to think about. If your railroad has gone through a number of mergers and or acquisitions, and what railroad hasn't, usually there will be an awful lot of possibilities for what a signal head may look like. Why? Because the absorbed road had a different signaling system. They liked it. They developed it. They made it work. Well, you're not going to remove it all at the same time. That's cost prohibitive. You're going to have to keep those aspects in the system. You're going to have to have the people who still knew it in the system. You're going to have to keep the rules in the system, but you need to work them into the way your rule book works. And so prototype photos, prototype documents, looking at it, you'll find that there are a lot of possibilities for what these aspects may look like. And as such, I show here just a portion of the aspect tables you can get on Railroad Signals of the U.S. website for Southern Pacific back in 1996. Notice that a lot of these aspects are listed as diverging. So approach diverging. The signal has in the middle a green or yellow aspect. If we move down to diverging clear, that one's pretty straightforward. Your upper route is blocked, your lower route is blocked, you're clear to take the middle route or the diverging route. However, again, this is because you have more than one railroad that came in here. The green could be on the bottom too, and it's still a diverging clear. This can be confusing. Again, check your prototype, check your era, check to see if that's a merger or acquisition issue. Diverging advance approach, same situation. It can be on the top, it can be on the bottom. Diverging approach, diverging, okay. Medium type speed through the system, but on a diverging path. Diverging approach, same sort of operation. And so when a road has a lot of cases where it has to specify the thing, you can always think of it as the top signal is a high-speed route. If I'm taking a diverging route, that top signal in the mast is likely to be red. I'll be taking other routes, and in essence, the way to think of these things is that the highest up the mast non-red signal governs for route. So for example, if with, again, some of the things where you have like approach here, where standard approaches approach something else, but then when you're talking about some of the divergent routes, you can get the very odd situation of yellow over red. And again, it's very, very railroad specific. How do you interpret that? Again, it's your rule book. So look, if you're going to be building a system of your own, look at a variety of rule books that are similar to what you want to do. You can build your own type of system. That's not too terribly difficult to do. But when you're looking at it and trying to understand it, if you think about it as high speed, medium speed, low speed, and that the highest non-red light governs what's going on, you'll be pretty close to understanding an aspect table such as this. For an Eastern road, though, these interlockings got way too complex, way too fast. And so what the railroads did, they took a page out of the absolute block system indications. And it makes these complex interlockings a lot more workable because the routes are defined and locked, as I mentioned before, by a tower operator, control point operator. The crews have to be qualified to go through that trackage. That's what you do. And they know what route they're going to probably be taking. There might be some differences here and there. It'll be in their orders. It'll be in the employee timetable. Most of the times, if something is different, the information will be communicated to them through order or through dispatch. But they know how the trackage is aligned. They just have to know how fast they can take it. And so the signal aspects inside of the interlockings are now primarily a speed-based system with some overarching concepts of saying which way you're going to go. Now, as I mentioned before, for a simple route-based system, at the beginning of the interlock is the home signal. That is what governs the operation. There's also a concept called a distance signal. And these end up being more and more utilized through these speed-like systems, in that a distance signal, in some cases a signal outside of the interlock as you're coming up to it, but not part of a control block or an ABS block or other automatic system, gives you a heads up that you may need to slow down because you're approaching the interlock. These sort of distance signals also work their way inside of the interlock as approach indications. And so as you approach from one signal to another, from one turnout to another, these approach indications begin to modify your speed as you're going through. And so if your trackage is really, really complex, you're going to be going a lot slower. Or if your route is more complex, you're going to be going a lot slower because you don't want to derail. Especially inside an interlock, that's a bad idea, because that shuts down everything in all directions for a very long time. Some railroads are very helpful. They note which indications are specific to interlockings. ICG is one. They actually have a pamphlet which indicates not only what you're going to do in interlockings and what you're going to do in straight track, but also the anticipated order of signals that you'll see based on what they do. Really nice little pamphlet. But some indication of that does end up being very, very helpful. However, the name of the signal, the name of the aspect, I should say, and the indications begin to, shall I say it, diverge from standards. It is very, 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 very important to stick with a single rule book to start. When you start looking at multiple rule books, you can go down a rabbit hole. It's very, very, very hard to crawl out of. And so what you want to do is pick a rule book, understand it, work your way through it, especially when you're now talking about an interlock, because everybody calls it slightly differently. For example, let's look at one of the general things that's on the East Coast, the NORAC rules. And these are just the signals that are used within interlockings. And this is from the 11th edition from 2018 of NORAC. The first one, Rule 281, is the same in interlockings as well as on the main outside or in an ABS territory or APBS or APB territory. Rule 281, the name is clear. The indication is to proceed not exceeding normal speed. That makes pretty good sense. You're going in a straight line, everything's good. You don't have anything to worry about. And you can just keep going, don't worry, because the next signal is also going to be clear. Or one that you won't have to slow down for right away. The next one over, where the middle light is green and flashing, that's what that indication means there. That aspect is in Rule 281C, limited clear. This means or indicates to proceed at limited speed until the entire train clears the interlocking or spring switches covered, and then go back and proceed at normal speed. And so you know where your interlocking is, you know the beginning and the end of your train. You stay at that speed, limited, through what you're going to be facing until you hit the next signal, and your entire train passes through that little section. Rule 283, solid green, red, green, red, actually red over red, is known as medium clear. Proceed at medium speed until the train clears the interlocking or the spring switches, and then proceed at normal speed. Likewise, Rule 283A, medium approach medium, red over yellow over green. Proceed at medium speed until your entire train clears the interlocking or spring switch, and then approach the next signal at medium speed. It all makes sense. It's all very much staged as slower and slower and slower, and more restrictions coming in. And so as you look through these rule books, the way these are set up is to make sure that it's sort of a linear progression down from go to stop, all the things in between. 286A, red over flashing yellow over red, limited approach. This is a little different. This is proceed, be prepared to stop at the next signal. Limited speed applies to all interlocking or spring switches, then proceed at medium speed. This is worded a little differently. And there are reasons for that, because you have to be prepared to stop in this case. Limited speed applies everywhere, and then you can go back to medium, but you can't go over the medium because you might have to stop somewhere in that realm. That's one of the ones that when I first looked at the NORAC 18, it was like, that's worded differently, and it's worded differently for a reason. And so you have to kind of think about that sometimes when you're reading. 287, red over green. That's the aspect. The name is slow clear, and it means the indication is to proceed at slow speed until your entire train clears the interlocking or spring switch, then proceed at normal speed. And so what that would tend to indicate is you have a more complex route to travel through. It's the slowest speed route available. That's why you're using rulebook slow speed, normally about 15 miles an hour, that you will traverse the trackage. You don't have to know exactly which switches and that you're going through. You just know that that's the slowest route that you're going to be taking. 288, red over flashing yellow, slow approach. Proceed, prepared to stop at the next signal. Slow speed applies until your entire train clears the interlocking or spring switches, then medium speed applies. 290, restricting, proceed at restricted speed until your train clears the spring switches, and the leading wheels of the locomotive have passed a more favorable fixed signal or has entered non-signal territory. Again, a little different, because that's indicating you're coming close to the end of the whole thing. Finally, 291, which is pretty much universal, red over red with the placard, stop, then proceed at restricted speed until your entire train clears your interlocking or spring switches, and the leading wheels have either passed a more favorable fixed signal or have entered non-signal DCS territory. And so these rules give you gives the tower operator the ability to set their route. You know what the route should be, and these are your home signal or your governing signal as you enter into the piece of track work until you hit the next fixed signal, which is also probably going to be part of this until you have completely cleared the interlocking. That way, once you're clear, all of this can be cleared out. The next train can come through either behind you or against that flow of traffic. All of these rules that I just mentioned are listed here on the next slide. So one of the questions that pops up sometimes is like, okay, I know that, but how do you actually put the signal masts up at an interlocking? Where do you find that information? As I mentioned before, a really good place to start is find like a tower or a track schematic. Sometimes these are called linens because they were originally printed on big muslin sheets of linen, essentially, or in a plan book for the railroad, or from USNS or GRS or something like that. You can find some of these that you can download online at places like rrsignalpics.com, johnroma.net, or Railroad Signals of the US, like I had before. And these are a good place to kind of start digging into a lot of scans of original literature to see how the development of this whole thing started. You can look in railroad historical societies. If you model the B&A during the 30s, the B&A Historical Society probably has the signal books and stuff from the signal manuals there for you to take a look at. A museum all across the country will probably have collections of these. You can also find them in online auctions, and I've seen on eBay quite a few track schematics, mostly right now from the UK. It looks like somebody has found an entire track schematic plan for all of, a lot of the UK railroads, and they're selling them at almost 40 pounds a pop. So you can find them. They may be a little bit expensive, but they're well worth their weight in paper because they give you so much information. And if you're looking for a very specific setup and it happens to be there, you have a gold mine. The thing to remember also, too, is if you can find a railroad standard plan book, Pennsy has them, New York Central has them. I've seen like the Union Pacific ones as well. These standard plan books incorporate a lot of information on what the masts are to look like. How tall are they? How far from the track are they? How big is the base? These pieces of data are extremely important, especially when you're looking at railroads who did things differently. Think DL&W, where you had what looked like goalpost masts to do certain things. Those were situated a little bit differently. In certain locations, because of the way the track work would go, these things would have to move around. And certain appurtenances or fixtures were added, such as things known as doll posts or something else, to let you know which signal controlled which or governed which track. And so by looking at the standard plans books, you can then kind of deconvolute, I should say, how the track schematic book, or a linen, will actually be translated into reality. The one thing I forgot to mention, and I have here as a note, the symbols on these plans are standardized graphical symbols. They should be, and I say should because I have seen variations, the same regardless of what plan you see. They're either done by the American Association of Railroads or they're specific to the railroad, and that information should be easily or usually easily findable when you get to the level of finding plan books and things to that effect. It's usually buried in the standard plans or the documentation of signal departments. These graphical symbols, if you've ever done drafting, look a lot like drafting symbols. And if you've done electronics in that, it's even more so. They're very standardized. They tell you exactly what kind of signal you've got there. They'll tell you sometimes what kind of relays are controlling it, etc. But these standard graphical symbols are important when you start to try and read through a schematic. And we'll see a couple of these in some upcoming slides here. Don't forget the photographs are also really good. The sad part is As I say, everybody went out and took pictures of interlocking towers before most of them were pulled down. Some people even got inside, so you can see what's known as the model board for later installations. So you can get an idea of the track plan covered by a specific tower, and where the turnouts were, something like that. It's a little abstract, but when you start looking at them, it's like, oh, okay, so the track went here. So here's where this turnout is, here's where this turnout is, here's where the signal would have been located. And you can kind of regenerate it from a lot of pictures that you may not have thought about using. However, if you've got a picture of an interlocking tower, that's great. You got the local thing around the tower. You don't have the whole interlock, but you got the tower. If you got an inside shot of the model board, you've got the whole layout of what it did. But not everybody had the ability to take pictures of the right of way. Why is that? Trains are running on it. It's restricted area in many cases. Now it's a very restricted area. But back in the day, not a lot of people go wandering trackside to take pictures of where the signals were and everything else. So sometimes that's a little hard to find. However, what I've found in some of my own research for certain areas is a site called historicaerials.com. It might be of some help because as you're, what it does is you can look up an area, drill down, say, okay, I want to look at this town, for example. Where were the railroad tracks? Okay, it'll have the map coordinates. Then you can start drawing out or calling up photographs, aerial photographs over a number of years. And some of these go back into the 30s, and I've seen a couple into the 20s where it has both the track layouts and stuff like that. And for some of the shots, you can, they're of high enough resolution, you can pick out where signal towers and that may have been, or actual signal installations. I kind of think of it as the Google Earth original idea. But that site is absolutely wonderful. And sometimes when you look at it, you say, there was a track here, because you can see as time went on, even if it doesn't go back to the era that you're modeling, you can see that vegetation hasn't grown there. It's an orderly piece of open space. It looks like a yard may have been here. Can I look even closer and find where the individual tracks may have been, or some still might be buried? These kind of sites and these kind of non-linear ways of trying to find the answer to a problem are very, very valuable, especially when you're talking about signaling and what does the configuration look like. If you're fortunate enough to know a lot of employees or ex-employees of the railroads you model, they're a wealth of information. They have so much knowledge in their heads, and most of the times they're very, very willing to share. And so find a friend in the signal department, because you will get so much assistance and so much benefit out of really understanding what someone did for years. And we're just glomming onto it now and trying to understand it and trying to incorporate it in some microcosm. But it's, I think, an underutilized area of research to try and understand how railroading really progressed from the earliest days until now. So let's look at a few examples. Here's a linen from the Standard Railroad Signal Company back from July 31st of 1899. And this is Owego, New York. And it's the Erie Railroad. Owego was pretty much the terminus of the Erie at that point in time. And what it shows is a pair of passing sidings. Not very difficult, something that we have on our own railroads all the time. And what I'll draw your attention to are several of the graphical symbols. So for example, if I look at the eastbound track, here's the eastbound main, signal number 10, I believe, 16, is what I would call a distant signal to the interlock, because the interlocked part is signal 15. This little triangle at the turnout is something called an FPL, or a facing point lock. Once the tower throws it, it locks that in a position. It sets the signal for which way you're going to go and which speed you're going to go. This, and I'm not sure about Erie plans right now, 13 may have been a dwarf or a turnout indicator. Those who are really into Erie signaling would probably know this better than I. However, that signal also gets thrown when this is set. And so if a train is coming eastbound, passes the distance signal, crosses Main Street, approaches this interlock for a passing siding. If it's told to take the hole, it goes into the passing siding and stops short of signal 14, which is the signal which would let it back out onto the main line. Another train can then come behind, lined for the main, pass it, and then this can be taken out of the hole and go. Notice that there is no connection from the eastbound to the westbound main. And so this is unidirectional signaling. The signals are on the right-hand side of the rail, drawn here. And the nice thing is you actually have, in this case, the number of feet between each of the masts all the way down the line. So if you have an idea of where Main Street in Owego is on the east side, and you're modeling things around this era, you've got a pretty good layout for setting up a basic facing point signal and interlock for both your east and your westbound main. Let's look at westbound for a second. Signal 1 is your distant. Signal 2, 4 are your paired switch, basic crossover. Notice that this is facing point lock 10 and 10 with, interlock 9 and 9. So that the tower, which is shown here, throws this as a standard crossover, just like we all do on our railroads. And so you can either be on the main or on the passing track. Here, the passing track might be kind of long because what I see is within 50 feet or 80 feet, let's say maybe 100, let's say 150 feet of here, you already have a controlling signal. So this passing track might be a very, very long pass track. And this is giving you some indication of where you're going to be getting up ahead. So that might be kind of like a little distance signal inside of an interlock, and there'd be something else down the line. These lines that we see here across Main Street are actually crossing gates. And so these standardized symbols that you can find allow you to kind of get a really good picture of what this track work may have looked like and what things to include when you start making the signaling. The mechanical Armstrong machine here needed 8 levers for the signals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 2 levers for the facing point locks. But I see 3 facing point locks here. Remember, this is a crossover. They move at the same time. And so 1 lever controlled both of these facing point locks or both of these turnouts. Same with the switches. 1, 2. This end was not controlled by the interlock. The signal was, but its position was not. So the machine needed 12 operating levers. It gave it an extra 4 spare spaces, so you'd have a 16 lever frame that would be used. So you could fit 16 into that tower, of which 8 would be set for signals, 2 for locks, 2 for switches. They'd all be contained in this little tower right here. A little closer look at what we were showing before, signals 14, 15, 13, and 16, handling the eastbound traffic. 1, 2, 4. Sorry, 3 or 5, I can't see from here. Controlling westbound traffic throughout this. The coupled facing point locks for the crossover and the individual facing point lock for the passing siding. Something that we all probably have on our model railroads already laid out, already you know how to signal it. Now, depending on your prototype, you may have different mast types, you may have different indications that you would use to show that, but the concept, the basic idea is this is what you would need to signal a passing siding. Let's look at what I would call a semi-basic crossover. This is CA Tower or Cadwallader back on the Pennsy from 1916. I have yet to find this in a map. Again, partly because of a lack of time to look, but it's between the road to Trenton and the road to what's now Jim Thorpe or Mock-Chunk, which is spelled here Mahong-Chunk. Very, very intriguing. The interlocking limit, and again, this is a Pensyism, is set by this home signal and this home signal, so that when the levers are thrown, these two operate in tandem. You might ask why. Why are these two things mutually attached to each other? Because if you look very carefully, this is a two-directional main. You can be traveling either east or west on this main, and so everything's got to be set up to block this interlock section from trains traveling in either direction on the single main. We have here the crossover in both cases, probably the little facing point indicator here. Something here is different. This isn't a lock, but this is a derail. And so as you start building up these systems, especially with passing sidings or spur sidings, derails now become part of the problem or part of the solution. You have, in this case, three levers for signals, or sorry, yes, three levers for signals, two for switches, two for facing point locks, a couple of spare spaces. Again, better idea about a 16 or a 14 lever frame. Apologies, this is a bit of a mess, but this is from General Railway Signal, and so some of their symbols operate a little bit differently. And they've included something called a dog chart. If you think about back in the day, mechanical interlockings were just that. You would move a lever and one of these rods would slide. These little dogs or cams on the lever would move and stop other dogs or cams from being able to be shifted into the same position, kind of like a little Jenga puzzle or a Tetris puzzle. Moving the lever in a certain way would set certain locks. Lever 12 would handle this. 2 would set 3 things. 3 would set other ones. And as you continued to move them, you got into situations where you can't go against flows of traffic. And so the lock sheet tells you what it does. The dogs show you how it shouldn't work. And the overall track plan gives you the indication of why you would be protecting both ends by throwing one switch or throwing one lever for protection, throwing your locks and your turnouts so that you can pass over, your derails set up so that things don't creep back into the interlock space, and your tower sitting in the middle of it. There is an interesting observation also on this sheet, and that's the graphic for the tower. You'll notice it's kind of hard to see, but on this tower, there's a line on this side away from the tracks. That means that the window facing is out this way, and that the levers are on this side, not on the back side. There's a window you can see, but that may be indicative, and again, I do not know, of something bigger back here that this also was keeping an eye on, but not responsible for the protection or the interlock. They just had this chunk of main and this crossover to care about. And now, a little more interesting and amusing in a way is this Lehigh Valley plot or linen. This is Scott Street in Buffalo, New York. What we're looking at here is not, it's an interlock, but it's a lot different than anything we've seen before. Because what we have here is everything is a dwarf signal. Here, 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 and here. This is a derail. This is another derail. Facing point lock. No locks here. Interesting. And that's a really tight looking crossover. Again, it's not to scale, but it's a tight looking crossover because this is between a bunch of streets. There's a gate. Here's a gate. Here's a pair of gates. Here's a pair of gates. This tower is nothing more than a switchman shanty, but it has a machine in it to control all of this stuff. And here's the dog sheet for it, the dog chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dwarf signals. 1, 2, 3, 4 gates, 2 derails, and the crossover switch. If we go back to the plot, why would it be that this little chunk of track needs so much protection, other than the fact it's going through a town and you want to block everything out so that moves through here don't cause a problem? Interestingly enough, this little tiny piece of trackage connected up what became the Lehigh Valley Terminus Yard and the Scott Street Yard. And this is actually in between 2 yard sections, which eventually became where the passenger terminal was laid in, off to the left-hand side of this drawing at Scott and Washington Street. And so this little section of trackage, though it's short, though it's only, really minor, and a lot of these industrial sidings going off down the line, it's minor as far as what happens, but it is so important to the proper operation of 2 main point yards, both the passenger and the freight, for Lehigh Valley in Buffalo, in whatever year that was, that it has its own interlock sheet, and the tower operator there really had a lot of work to do, because there is so much non-railroad protection involved in this that it's, I think, one of the more unique linens that I've ever seen. Again, we have the facing point lock up here controlling this industrial side, but these derails keep anything from dropping into a public thoroughfare. Even though they're protected by crossing gates on all sides, these derails serve that purpose, and those are set while the trains are not running over them, obviously, so that inadvertent things coming down from a yard or rolling out or under, things underneath, potential accidents are averted, and that the public is properly protected. And so remember, signaling is to protect not only railroaders, but to protect the public. The situations that we find ourselves in when we start modeling interlocks or things to that effect really do end up reflecting a lot, not only on just how we want to run trains across our layout, but how we have to think about how our layout fits into the world that we're trying to create. And so when you think about modeling concerns with this, a basic interlock, such as a passing siding or crossover, we see these all the time on model railroads. They can be relatively straightforward to signal. They may be complex in terms of how many items you need to do it, or based on your rule book, what kind of heads you want to use. Do you want to use bridges? Do you want to use goalpost masts? Whatever. The concept behind it is pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, on most model railroads I've seen, people like track that looks neat. Whether it works or not, prototypically, never necessarily true. But when you get these really cool looking track setups. And when they want to signal it, you have to say, why do I have it there? What's its rationale? Why am I trying to create something that has to have all this level of protection and all this level of interlock because it looks neat? Prototypes have complex tracking. Don't get me, don't question that. But if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you have a double slip switch, that's overkill. The only time you really use a lot of double slips or three ways, or they're kind of rare in the prototype. Passenger terminals have a ton of them. Short yard throats are really good for three-way turnouts. If you're feeding something into multiple parallel passenger platforms, a three-way is cool. But 9 times out of 10, you're not going to find a three-way on the railroad because they'll just take a little bit of extra space, drop a standard set of frogs in, and go with it. Why? They're cheaper. They're not as complex to maintain. If one thing goes out, you don't throw everything out. So a lot of the things that look neat are that aren't necessarily necessary, so to speak. There's other ways of skinning that cat on the real railroad. But then again, we don't have the space that the real prototype has. And so a lot of what we do is selective compression. And this makes some of the signaling things a little more interesting. Because when you think about an interlocking or, an area where you have a lot of possible ways to go, that's really what I would call a signaling design element, going back to the old layout design elements of certain things. A signaling design element, like an interlock or controlled trackage, is interesting. It's useful. It gives a railroad a purpose and a function. But conversely, it also makes the things between the interlockings, whether that was originally on signal territory or eventually ABS or APB or Rule 261, 251 type of signaling, all of these things are then harder to put onto a model railroad and be believable. And so modeling is a balance, and how you incorporate the signaling is a balance. And one of the things that when we model signals is, as I've always said, every railroad out there can take signaling in one way, shape, or another. The best ways to do it are what is satisfying to you as a modeler and what makes sense, be it prototypical or not so prototypical. And so what we'll do, because this is a pretty big topic, especially when we get into the next part where I'm talking about traffic control, directional traffic, electromechanical CTC machines, being able to run 2 different ways on the same main and protect that track, we're going to put that into a separate section, because what's going to happen is, as we add these features and add these concepts, what we're going to recognize, even in this talk here, we recognize certain elements are always kind of going to be the same. And so for a turnout, you'll have certain signals. For a passing siding, there's a certain way of protecting it. And so what really ends up happening is interlocks and then distances between interlocks, and that can be put into little building blocks or a library of configurations, as it were, which will make your modeling or your signaling for modeling so much easier to work with. And that's really a topic all to itself. And so we're going to actually put that into a separate part of the series and then eventually link it all together. Many of the model railroads I work on and places that I visit and think about signaling with, we're including signaling aspects, no pun intended. We're trying to look at what are the right ways of accomplishing certain tasks. If you have Hoboken freight or passenger terminal, you're going to handle that differently than if you're handling something further out on the DLNW where you've only got a couple of passing sidings. What you choose and how you choose to solve the problem really is linking it all together. And that's really going to be what I will call part 5. Haven't named it yet, but it's really illustrating this with real life working examples. And so I'd like to thank you for your attention tonight. And remember that, as Yogi Berra said, if you don't know where you're going, you just might not get there. And so approach signaling with the idea of, I want to get to a certain place. I may not know exactly how to get there, but there are guideposts that will help me get there. And what a surprise, a three-way turnout. But if you don't know where you're going, you just might not get there. And so again, I'd like to thank you for your attention this evening. As always, some general sources of information in addition to what has been placed within the talk. And if there are any questions, we'll be here to answer them for you following the conclusion of this presentation. Again, I thank you and look forward to hearing from you soon. Have a great night.
Thanks, Scott. Excellent presentation. Now I have to go back and watch parts 1 and 2.
There you go.
A couple questions for you before we wrap up.
Yeah, sure.
Is NORAC used by all Eastern railroads today?
No. Most railroads adopt some form of it. Many railroads, especially like commuter railroads, will augment it as well with specific situations where they have signals or situations it's not necessarily covered under the NORAC rules. And that's just some historical operations. In most cases, the bulk of the NORAC rule book is incorporated within what a lot of railroads do, but they don't all use the specified signals that are in there. They usually add more.
Okay. Here's a modeling question. Can Atlas signals and controllers be used for CTC?
Yes, indeed, they can. There are a couple ways of doing that with and I'm not going to do a shameless plug, but you can actually control them manually through one of the connecting blocks. And so you can set any of the aspects on a universal signal control board by direct access into certain parts of one of the terminal blocks. If somebody wants to send me an email on that, I'd be more than happy to show you exactly where. And you can download the signal manuals from the Atlas website as well, so you can find out where those ports actually are.
Cool. And then our last question. Autos are operated by less trained individuals and can turn left, right, or go straight. Why are railroad signals so complex when they can only speed up or slow down?
Good question. Speeding up and slowing down is not as fast as you can drop the transmission on your car. A lot of times when you're traveling, let's say at track speed, which might be up to about 70 miles an hour, for a large train, that could give you something like, maybe 6 or 7 miles before you can actually stop. A lot of times you see those situations where a truck meets train at grade crossing. And somebody once asked, why can't the train steer out of the way? But that's a song for another day. But a lot of things are signals actually tell you what to do when you can't see what's in front of you. Because these blocks and these distances are so long, to change your speed, to change the actual operation, you need to have a better warning system to allow you to get to where you need to be. So, for example, if you have a stop, and then proceed type of signal, or approach next signal, prepared to stop, you may not stop at that signal, but you have to be ready to do it. And the complexity of the signaling there just pretty much gives you the heads up that you need to get your train into the situation it needs to be in 15 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes down the line. The other thing is all the engineers and conductors and brakemen, everything, they qualify on that section of track that they will operate on. And so it's not like going in and renting a car and driving it about because streets are streets. All of the different things that are part of the right of way, an engineer or conductor has to be qualified to run on, so they know where these signals are supposed to be, and they can then alter their behavior, their operations of the locomotive or the train itself to meet those standards or those signal points when they get to them. And again, it's all in the interest of safety.
Right. So how does, like you say, the engineer has to be qualified. They have to know where all the signals are, what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
How is the introduction in today's railroading with longer trains, heavier trains, which I assume take even longer to stop. So is the distance between signals not catching up with the longer trains?
Hard question. I would think, and this is just personal opinion, it's not necessarily FRA approved, but I would think that the way the blocks have been designed, the way that speed matching and that has been done in the past needs to really be reevaluated in a lot of cases, so that, if you have a signal that's 5 miles from the point of an interlock and it was expecting a train that could slow down, to let's say an approach speed, let's say 35 miles an hour from 50 within that amount of time. Now you have to go back another signal in
Okay.
the thing, an earlier signal to allow that kind of knock through to occur. And so the railroads obviously, understand this and are altering their systems appropriately. And you see in many cases when they put new signals in along the line and along the right of way. Google Earth is wonderful for that, by the way, to just see where things have changed or where things are. And then you can start seeing that these blocks get bigger and bigger and bigger to try and take care of a lot of these new types of things within railroading, the longer trains, the heavier trains. There is obviously, because track is track and distance is distance, there has to be a limit at some point as to what is manageable and what is not. And hopefully, it all works out, for the best. We may be seeing some instances of that occur, but again, those are really FRA questions.
Right. Okay.
And on our model railroads, again, we're also limited by space and time,
Right.
and how long we make a train as to whether it can fit in a passing siding or not. And that's really sort of the best way to think about when you're talking about a modeling situation, is to really understand what's your longest train. Is it going to fit in a passing siding? What do you have to do to get it from point A to point B? And then how do you manage its speed and direction across the railway in order to move the goods to where they need to go?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like in the real world, our physical plant, that is the amount of space we're allowed to run in, and the configuration of our track really is what dictates how we would signal that.
Oh, cool. Oh, we got one last question. Are in-cab signals changing any of this?
In-cab signal has been around forever. It seems yeah. Cab speed. Hey, Eastern Corridor. You see that flashing green light? You're following your cab signal. And cab signals will give you some indication, but it's also essentially a repeater or an echo of what's actually on your fixed signal as well.
Okay.
A cab signal could be utilized to start altering your speed earlier. And if you think about the different flavors of positive train control, there's a couple of different names and things that are out there. But you start thinking about how, like PTC or something, takes over technically if it thinks you're going too fast or you're going to overrun something. That sort of automation, that sort of auto braking can help, but usually a lot of these are fails or last minute sort of fail situations. Okay. So dump emergency now, not necessarily what you want to do when you're actually just trying to slow down a little bit.
Right.
Could it get to that point? Who knows? I tend to believe that it's better to have enough people on the train and in the cab and on the train to actually handle situations that automation can't think of, because there will be things that you can't predict. It's better to have a human doing it.
We got one last one. We'll squeeze it in here.
Sure.
Why does an engineer need to know which diversion route he will take when he has no control over it? The route depends on the switch settings, not anything the engineer can do.
The engineer has to know how fast they can go through it. If you have, think about your model railroad. If you've got a number 8 switch, you can go through it relatively fast. If you got a number 4 and you do it at that speed, you're on the ground. And so he has to know how that diverging route is set, and also is qualified on that diverging. because that's what sets your train speed. And again, this is an Eastern sort of thing. In the Western things, that's like, hey, they're all pretty high speed switches. You're going this way, you're going that way. You're going to be taking, the Folsom branch or whatever. You're going to be going to a certain place. And again, since you're qualified on that track, you know what you're going to expect. If you're going to hit an S curve, if you're going to hit, a decreasing radius turn, if you're going to hit trackage, it's kind of screwy. You got to know that. Okay. And the signals are telling you that, but you're also your qualification, your rule book, your special orders, your employee timetable is telling you what to expect as well. And so, yeah. And sometimes you might not go the way you think you're going to go because something might come up. Maybe there's track work that's being done or repair work that's being done on track, and you're going to be taking an alternate route. So what you're used to might not be what you have to do. And that's where signaling comes in real helpful.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Artie. Thank you, everyone. And again, if there's any questions on that you guys want to send me later, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
And check out those signaling documents for that specific technical question. And thank you again, and look forward to the next one.
Thank you. Well, folks, that wraps up Day 2 of NERx. Please tune in tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time for another action-packed agenda of clinics, layout tours, and roundtable discussions. On behalf of the entire NER board, I want to thank all of the volunteers that gave their time to making this event possible, especially Chuck Diljak, Ed O'Rourke, Dave Durr, Peter Watson, Chris Cafaro, Dave Inslee, and Mark Moritz. Thanks also to the National NMRA X crew, especially Speed, for spending the week in his Helix at home, streaming this great content. Thank you all for attending, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. Have a good night.